My happy marriage didn't last long. We had been married for 2 years, and I truly loved my husband. I spent every day trying to make him happy. I even made sure to take care of myself so he would always find me attractive. But then, I discovered he was cheating on me. John was the love of my life, but now he wanted a divorce. One afternoon, I thought he was at work, but he came home unexpectedly, with his lover. He was holding divorce papers in his hand. Since after the trip we went on last year, he started to explain. His lover sat silently, showing no emotion. When he said trip, I realized he was talking about our honeymoon. We had gone on a last-minute honeymoon when I got a work bonus. John wanted the trip, so I paid for it. It turns out, during our honeymoon, his ex-girlfriend, who was now his lover, reached out to him. That's when he decided he still had feelings for her. What are you talking about? That was our honeymoon, I said, shocked. There's no point talking about it now. I love her, and she loves me too, he replied coldly. I like you, but she's the one I truly love. You've got to understand. Understand? How could I? Did my feelings mean nothing to him? Then he sighed, as if he was tired of dealing with me. You'll find someone better, he said. You probably don't want to stay in this house anyway. We'll be living here, so pack your things and leave in about a week. It was like he was throwing me away, like I didn't matter anymore. John was the one who had asked me out. He was the one who proposed. Now, he was the one ending it all, without taking responsibility for anything. In that moment, all my love for him vanished. Without arguing, I signed the divorce papers. John and his lover left the house without a single apology. We'll come back next week, so be gone by then, he said casually as they left. I felt numb, like my heart had frozen. It all happened so fast that I didn't even cry. The next day, I asked a friend to help me pack my things and moved back to my parents' house. I worked as a nurse and had been the one paying most of our bills since John didn't make much at his job. While I was heartbroken by his betrayal and the divorce, at least I didn't have to pay rent anymore. That was a small relief. Soon after, I found a new place to live and started packing again to leave my parents' home. But then, something unexpected happened. Kathy, John is here, my mom said. It was raining outside, so I let him in. My mom looked at me apologetically, as if she didn't know what else to do. Why was my ex-husband here now? After everything, what could he possibly want? He didn't love me, so he couldn't be here to ask for another chance. Did he want money? That would be just like him. He always hated working and spent recklessly. I went downstairs to find out what he wanted. What do you want? My dad asked angrily. John was calm. I'd like to talk to your daughter, he said. He acted as though nothing had happened. I opened the door and faced him, ready to get this over with. But then he said something so shocking that I didn't know how to respond. John's new wife, who used to be his lover, sits beside him like she belongs here. Why is she even here? This is my parents' house. What kind of person brings their mistress-turned-wife to their ex's family home? It's insulting, disrespectful, and downright crazy. Calm down, John says, as if I'm the one acting unreasonable. His attitude disgusts me, and she just sits there silently, as if this is normal. I don't have time for this, I say. Whatever you're here for, hurry up and get it over with. John gives me a sharp look, clearly annoyed by my tone. This is important. We haven't settled the division of property yet. I'm here to collect my share, he says. Of course, money, I should have known. John looks almost eager now. He really thinks he's about to get something big. Well, you're right, I say, keeping my face calm. I've been expecting this moment, so I'm ready. I grab my purse and hand him 30 cents. Here you go, this is your share. What? John and his wife stare at the coins in my hand, confused. What is this? He snaps, throwing the coins onto the floor. His wife finally speaks, her voice sharp. Are you joking? You call this property? Stop messing around. They're both furious, their faces bright red. This is all that's left of our savings, I say calmly. John's face twists in disbelief. He clearly expected more. There's no way. You had $200,000. Give me my 100,000 now, he yells, flailing his hands like a spoiled child. His wife nods along, glaring at me. I stare at him, completely stunned. Was this the man I married? Hurry up and give me the money, he shouts, his voice growing louder. Then he starts throwing things. knocking over furniture, completely losing control. I stand there, frozen, watching him unravel. This man, the one I once loved, has disappeared. No, this must be who he really is. His true colors are finally showing. I'm so glad I left him. Hearing all the shouting and crashing sounds, my dad, who had stepped out, and my brother, who just got home, came into the living room. Dad froze for a moment, stunned by the sight of John throwing a tantrum, but quickly stepped in. He grabbed John's arms and twisted them behind his back to stop him from wrecking the room further. I explained the situation to my brother, who's a lawyer. Since he already knew about the divorce, he understood immediately. John's new wife overheard us talking and realized my brother was a lawyer. Her eyes widened in shock. "Wait, you never told me your ex-wife has a lawyer in her family," she yelled at John, clearly panicking. I couldn't help but wonder, why are they so desperate for money? I didn't even want to talk to John, but I decided to ask, why do you need the money so badly? You divorced me because you said this woman was the love of your life. You chose her over me and wanted me gone. Yes, that's right, John admitted, completely unfazed. But dividing the property is important. That house we're living in now was the one we lived in together, so we want to build a new house of our own. We also need a car because we plan to have kids. And I want to take my family on a nice vacation too. You know, the kind of things any good husband would do. That's why I'm here, even though it's hard for me. Every single thing he said was selfish. He didn't want to come here? Well, I didn't want him here either. And the worst part? He didn't even realize how horrible his actions had been, and he wasn't the least bit sorry. Also, he added, I financially supported our marriage. The least you could do is give me my share as a thank you to your dear ex-husband. I froze, completely stunned. What did he just say? That he financially supported me? He must be joking. John never cared about work. He'd leave work as early as possible just to play video games at home. If he didn't feel like working, he'd take the day off, often faking sickness once he ran out of paid leave. He had no ambition to earn more money. He relied on me entirely because I was a nurse and earned a good salary. Sure, once in a while, he'd toss me $100, but it wasn't enough to cover anything serious. Honestly, living with him was like living with a lazy, unemployed boyfriend who just crashed at my place. He didn't do any housework and never once thanked me for supporting him. And now, he had the audacity to claim he financially supported me? I couldn't believe it. I was beyond disappointed. You have no idea what you're talking about, I said coldly. If that's true, maybe you should give me back the 30 cents I just handed you. What are you even saying? He snapped, getting defensive. I turned to his wife, keeping my voice calm. And you thought you hit the jackpot when you heard about my savings, didn't you? Well, I have bad news for you. I stayed composed as they both glared at me, clearly fuming. At this point, my brother speaks up for me. Excuse me, he begins firmly. I'm Henry Thompson, and I'm a lawyer. I'll explain this clearly on my sister's behalf. Only the savings made during the marriage can be divided as property. Any money saved before the marriage belongs solely to the person who saved it. He looks directly at John and continues, my sister saved the $200,000 before your marriage. That makes it her personal property, and it's not subject to division. You, on the other hand, had only 60 cents left in your shared account. Your share is half of that, 30 cents. That's all you're entitled to, so there's no point in complaining. Henry's voice is calm, but leaves no room for argument. It seems my sister worked hard to save for your future, but I believe you spent everything on the woman sitting next to you. John and his wife are stunned into silence. But, John starts to argue, but Henry cuts him off. What I just said, I said as Catherine's brother. Now, allow me to speak as her attorney, he says. His tone sharpens. My client has requested compensation from you. Why haven't you paid it yet? It's true, I had asked for compensation after the divorce, but John had only paid part of it. I had been wondering why he hadn't paid the rest, so I officially asked Henry to step in. Although Henry is helping now, my actual lawyer is one of his colleagues. None of us expected John to show up today, so Henry is stepping in temporarily. With his calm but intense gaze, Henry stares down John and his wife. They fall silent. You were the one who had an affair and caused the divorce, Henry continues. It makes no sense for you to ask for any money. In fact, it seems you spent all the money my sister had saved for your new life. My sister's request is simple: return the total amount you owe her and pay the compensation you agreed to. That's impossible. John shouts. Honey, stop it. We can't push this any further, his wife whispers, trying to calm him down. John, however, stands up in anger and kicks the table. His wife grabs his arm, trying to hold him back. Henry stays calm, unfazed, and simply says the word, court. At that, John's anger deflates. He slumps down and starts explaining the truth. After our divorce, John lost his job. Since his new wife is unemployed too, they began borrowing money. Now, they're drowning in debt and can't pay the compensation they owe me. Desperate for money, they remembered my savings. They thought if they demanded a division of property, I'd hand over half of it. I sit there in shock, unable to speak, as John and his wife suddenly change their attitude. They start begging me for help. Next to me, Henry shakes his head, silently telling me not to listen to them. I feel no sympathy for John or his wife. I tell them they still have to pay back both the compensation and my savings. Then, I ask my brother and dad to escort them out. The past few hours have felt like a whirlwind. Once they're gone, my mom comes back into the room, sighing with relief, and starts tidying up. My dad, still furious, mutters about what a terrible man John is, while helping her. My brother rubs my back gently. You did nothing wrong, he says. What you did today, and even the divorce, you should feel proud of yourself. He reassures me, adding that we'll make sure John pays the compensation. He calls his colleague right away. Everyone at the law firm is behind you, he says with a warm smile. I slump into the couch and mumble, I'm so tired, Mom. You handled it so well, she says, hugging me tightly. How about we all go out for steak tonight to celebrate and relax? Her words bring comfort, and I melt into her arms. My dad and brother agree, and we have a wonderful family dinner that night. Later, with the help of my brother, his colleague, and their law firm, the compensation and my savings are finally returned to me. As for John and his wife, I hear they've been struggling. They haven't had any luck finding proper jobs and are now working multiple part-time shifts to make ends meet. It doesn't look like they'll be buying a house, a car, or going on vacations anytime soon. I've also noticed a change in their attitude. Whenever I see them on the street, they greet me politely. It's a small improvement, but seeing it gives me a sense of peace. As for me, life has changed for the better. I'm now in a steady relationship with the attorney who worked on my case. My brother, Henry, is thrilled about it. He says, this guy is perfect for you, and I think he's right. A year after the divorce, I'm planning to introduce my new boyfriend to my parents. I know they'll be happy for me. Looking back, when John called his lover the love of his life, I didn't understand what he meant. But now, I think I finally understand. My new boyfriend might truly be the love of my life.
The thing about revenge is that it tastes better when served with a smile. That's what I kept telling myself as I sat at the head of the table in LeBlanc, surrounded by the people I thought I could trust most in the world. My name is Andrea, and this was supposed to be my 36th birthday dinner. The crystal glasses caught the light just so, making the expensive champagne sparkle like tiny stars. My husband René's hand rested possessively on my shoulder as he raised his glass. To my beautiful wife, he said, his voice carrying that hint of charm that once made me weak in the knees. Happy birthday, darling. My sister Rose shifted in her seat, her perfectly manicured fingers fidgeting with her water glass. She hadn't touched her champagne, which should have been my first clue if I hadn't already known what was coming. Actually, Rose interrupted, just as everyone was about to drink. I have an announcement to make. My mother Linda beamed, already knowing. Of course she knew. She always knew everything about Rose first. I'm pregnant! Rose's voice rang out across the private dining room. The silence that followed lasted exactly 2 seconds before she added the punchline. And René's the father. I felt Renee's hand tighten on my shoulder. Not in guilt, but in preparation for my reaction. They all expected hysteria, tears, maybe even a scene. The restaurant staff hovered nervously at the edges of the room. I took a slow sip of my champagne. "That's interesting," I said, my voice steady. "Very interesting indeed." "Andrea," my mother started, her tone already taking that scolding edge she'd perfected over the years. "Don't make a scene," I smiled, reaching for my purse. "Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, Mother. In fact, I have my own announcement to make." I pulled out a cream-colored envelope. "You see, I've been wondering why Renee and I couldn't conceive for the past 3 years." Rose's triumphant smile faltered slightly. Renee's hand left my shoulder. "Andrea, this isn't the time," he said quietly, warning in his voice. "Actually, it's the perfect time." I unfolded the medical report with careful precision, because according to Dr. Matthews at the fertility clinic, my dear husband has what they call a zoospermia, 0 sperm count. I looked directly at Rose. In layman's terms, he's completely infertile. The sound of Mary's fork clattering against her plate echoed through the room. Rose's face drained of color so quickly I thought she might faint. That's impossible," she stammered. "The test must be wrong." "That's what I thought too," I said, pulling out a second envelope. So I had him tested again. Different clinic, different doctor. Same result. I smiled at Renee, who had gone completely still beside me. "Would you like to see the dates, darling? Both tests were from last month. You had me tested without my knowledge?" Renee's voice shook with anger. "Oh, like you've been so honest with me?" I turned to face him fully. 3 years of trying. 3 years of you telling me maybe I was the problem. 3 years of watching you comfort my sister through her visits while I cried myself to sleep. Linda stood up abruptly. "This is absolutely inappropriate." "No, Mother. What's inappropriate is your precious Rose fucking my husband and then trying to pass off someone else's baby as his." I stood up, gathering my purse. "So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to walk out of here with my dignity intact. And you two," I looked between Rose and Renee, "can figure out how to explain to everyone why you lied. That test." Renee grabbed my arm as I turned to leave. "It was wrong, wasn't it?" I leaned in close enough to smell his cologne. The same cologne I'd smelled on Rose's jacket last month. "Oh no, darling." I double-checked. "Twice." I pulled my arm free. "And I have so much more proof where that came from." As I walked toward the door, Rose's voice cracked behind me. "Andrea, wait. I can explain." I paused at the doorway, turning back one last time. "Save your explanation for your baby's real father, Rose. I'm sure he'd love to hear it." The last thing I saw as I left was Mary pulling out her phone, no doubt already dialing everyone in her considerable social network. By morning, everyone would know, and that was exactly what I wanted. Because revenge isn't just about exposing lies. It's about watching them scramble to piece together a truth they can't possibly explain. And I was just getting started. 6 weeks earlier, I was sitting in my home office when the first real evidence landed in my lap. Not the subtle signs I'd been ignoring, the lingering hugs, the inside jokes, the way Rose's visits always coincided with Renee's work-from-home days. No, this was an actual email, accidentally left open on our shared iPad. "We need to be more careful," Rose had written. "A is getting suspicious." I stared at those words until they burned into my retinas. A, not Andrea, not sister, just A, like I was some obstacle to be managed. The next morning I called Angela. "I need you to meet me for coffee," I said, "and I need you to not ask questions until we're face to face." 20 minutes later, we sat in a corner booth at Cafe Luna, away from prying ears. "Show me again," Angela said, squinting at the email on my phone. "This could mean anything, right?" Look at the timestamp, 11:47 p.m. Why is my sister emailing my husband at midnight? Angela's face hardened. What are you going to do? First, I'm going to visit Dr. Matthews. I stirred my untouched coffee. Remember how Renee insisted on handling all the fertility appointments? How he always came back with vague explanations about keeping trying? You think he was lying about the results? I think I'm done letting other people tell me what's true. Dr. Matthews' office was exactly as I remembered. Sterile, professional, with that faint smell of antiseptic that all medical offices share. The receptionist recognized me immediately. Mrs. Jensen, we haven't seen you in months. I need copies of all our test results, I said. Everything you have on file for both me and my husband. She hesitated. Usually, Mr. Jensen handles all the paperwork. I'm aware. But as his wife and patient, I have a legal right to access our medical records. I smiled, channeling Rose's sweet manipulation tactics. Unless there's some reason I shouldn't see them? 15 minutes later, I sat in my car, hands shaking as I read through the files. My results were normal. Had always been normal. But Renee's, there were no results. No tests. Nothing. He never took them, I told Angela later that day. 3 years of trying, and he never once got tested. That bastard, Angela whispered. But why? Control, I said simply. As long as we were trying, he had an excuse for everything. My depression? Just hormone treatments. My suspicions? Baby stress. My isolation? Doctor's orders to avoid stress. I pulled out my planner, the one Renee always teased me about keeping instead of using my phone. So I made an appointment. Told him it was a romantic dinner. Had him drink champagne laced with sleeping pills. Angela's eyes widened. Andrea, don't worry. Perfectly safe dose. Just enough to make him sleep deeply while the clinic ran their tests. That's when I got the first results. And the second test? Same method, different clinic. I needed to be sure. I closed my planner. But that's not even the interesting part. Last week, I saw Rose at the same fertility clinic. She was leaving just as I arrived for the second test results. Angela leaned forward. You think she's actually pregnant? Oh, I know she is. She's been avoiding wine at family dinners, making excuses about antibiotics. I pulled out my phone, showing Angela a series of photos. She's also been meeting someone, not Renee. The photos showed Rose outside a cafe, then getting into a car. The driver's face was clear in one shot. A handsome man with dark hair. His name is Ricky, I said. Her ex from college. I found him on social media. They've been liking each other's posts for months. So the baby might not be Renee's at all. She's probably using their affair to trap him, make him leave me. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. The irony is, she doesn't know he can't father children. He's been lying to her too. Angela reached across the table, squeezing my hand. What's your plan? I pulled out an invitation, cream-colored, elegant. My birthday dinner. I'm going to let them make their grand announcement. Let them think they've won. My voice was steady, cold. And then I'm going to destroy everything they thought they knew. Andrea, Angela said softly, this isn't just revenge. This is nuclear. I met her eyes. They didn't just betray me, Angela. They made me doubt my sanity, my worth, my ability to be a mother. I tucked the invitation back into my bag. I don't just want revenge. I want implications, destruction, accountability. And after? After? I smiled, thinking of the apartment I'd already leased, the lawyer I'd contacted, the evidence I'd gathered. After, I'm going to build a life so good they'll choke on the ashes of what they lost. The restaurant erupted into chaos after I left. Through the glass doors, I heard Rose's shrill voice. She's lying. She has to be lying. I made it halfway to my car before Mary caught up with me, her heels clicking rapidly on the pavement. "Andrea, wait." She grabbed my elbow, her voice low. I always thought something was off about Rose. The way she'd hang around Renee's office parties, always touching his arm, laughing too loud at his jokes. "You knew?" I suspected, but I didn't want to see it. Mary glanced back at the restaurant. "What are you going to do now?" "Now? I'm going home to pack a bag." When I pulled into our driveway, Renee's car was already there. I found him pacing in the kitchen, phone in hand. "Where have you been? I've called you 6 times. I walked past him to the bedroom, pulling out the suitcase I'd hidden in the back of my closet weeks ago. "Andrea, stop. We need to talk about this." He followed me, hovering in the doorway. "That test. There must be some mistake. We can get another opinion." 3 years, I said, not looking at him as I packed. 3 years of watching me blame myself. Take medications. Go to therapy. All while you were fucking my sister. "It wasn't like that." "Then what was it like?" I finally turned to face him. "Explain it to me, Renee. Explain how you could watch me cry every month when my period came, knowing you couldn't get me pregnant even if you wanted to." His phone buzzed. Rose's face flashed on the screen. "You should answer that," I said, zipping up my suitcase. "Sounds like your girlfriend needs you." "Where are you going?" "Away from you." My phone vibrated as I drove. Rose had sent a series of messages. "We need to stick to our story." "She's bluffing. Answer me." "You're ruining everything." I turned off my phone and drove to Angela's house. She was waiting on her porch with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. "Mary called," she said as I sat down. "Apparently Rose had a complete meltdown after you left. Started screaming about how you've always been jealous of her." I took a long sip of wine. "Remember 2 months ago when I said I saw Rose at the fertility clinic?" "Yeah, I did more than just see her." I pulled out my phone and opened a photo. I followed her inside. The image showed Rose talking to a nurse, her hand resting on her still flat stomach. "She was there for a prenatal appointment," I said. "But get this, she used her old insurance card, the one from when she was still with Ricky." Angela's eyes widened. "Her ex?" "The same ex she's been secretly meeting for coffee." I showed her another photo, Rose and Ricky outside a cafe, his hand on her lower back. I found his profile. He's been posting cryptic messages about second chances and unexpected blessings. "Holy shit." Angela grabbed her laptop. "Let me look him up." While she typed, my phone lit up with a text from Mary. "Renee's telling everyone you're having a mental breakdown. Rose is backing him up." "Found him." Angela turned the screen toward me. "Look at his social media." There it was, a hidden folder on Ricky's profile. Photos of him and Rose from various dates over the past few months, carefully untagged, but not deleted. "The timestamps," Angela pointed out. "These are from right around when she would have gotten pregnant." My phone buzzed again. This time it was my mother. "Andrea," she said when I answered, her voice tight with anger. "What you did tonight was unforgivable." "What I did? What about what Rose did?" "She's your sister, and now she's carrying your husband's child." I cut her off with a laugh. "No, Mother. She's carrying someone else's child and trying to pass it off as Renee's. But don't worry. I'm sure that won't affect her status as your perfect daughter. You've always been jealous of her." "No," I said quietly. "I've always been your scapegoat. But not anymore." I hung up as Angela discovered something else. A comment Ricky had left on one of Rose's photos from a holiday party 4 months ago. "Best night of my life." "Andrea," Angela said slowly, "you need to talk to him." I nodded, already composing an email. "Oh, I plan to. But first, I need to make a few calls. Starting with Renee's company." "What are you going to tell them?" I smiled, thinking of the financial documents I'd discovered while searching for evidence of the affair. "The truth." that their VP of Finance has been falsifying reports. And that's just the beginning. Because revenge isn't just about exposing lies. It's about pulling every thread until the whole tapestry unravels. I met Ricky at a quiet coffee shop downtown, far from my usual haunts. He was already there when I arrived, fidgeting with a paper cup, looking exactly like his photos. Handsome in that boy-next-door way that Rose had always preferred. "Thanks for meeting me," I said, sliding into the seat across from him. "I'm Andrea, Rose's sister." He wouldn't meet my eyes. "Look, I'm not sure what this is about. I think you know exactly what this is about." I placed my phone on the table, screen up, showing a photo of him and Rose outside the fertility clinic. 4 months ago. Holiday party at the Grand? Ring any bells? His face paled. "She said she was single." "Of course she did." I took a sip of my coffee. "She's pregnant, Ricky, and she's trying to pass it off as my husband's baby." He knocked over his cup, coffee spilling across the table. "She's what?" "Pregnant. About 4 months along, I'd say. Interesting timing, wouldn't you agree?" Ricky grabbed napkins, mopping up the spill with shaking hands. "We used protection. She said she was on birth control." Rose has always been creative with the truth. I pulled out a document. "I need you to sign this." "What is it?" "Consent for a paternity test. Just in case." He stared at the paper for a long moment. "If I sign this, Rose will know I talked to you." "Rose is already going to lose everything," I said quietly. "The question is, do you want to know the truth?" He signed. Meanwhile, across town, Renee's carefully constructed world was crumbling. His assistant forwarded me an email chain. His colleagues were avoiding him. His boss was reconsidering his position. And the board had called an emergency meeting. I'd sent them an anonymous tip about the falsified reports, along with copies of his fertility tests and a carefully worded suggestion about trustworthiness. My phone buzzed with a text from Angela. "Rose just showed up at your mom's house. Full waterworks." I drove there, parking across the street. Through the living room window, I could see Rose sobbing on the couch, my mother patting her hand. The perfect victim, as always. I walked in without knocking. "How dare you!" Rose sprang up, mascara streaking her cheeks. "You're trying to ruin my life." "You ruined your own life," I said calmly. "I'm just exposing the truth." "Truth?" My mother stood up. "The truth is, you're trying to hurt your sister because you couldn't keep your husband happy." "Really, Mother? That's your take? That I somehow forced Rose to sleep with my husband?" "You were always so cold," Linda spat. "So focused on your career. What did you expect?" I laughed, the sound sharp and bitter. "I expected my sister not to be a whore. I expected my husband not to be a liar. I expected my mother to have a spine." "Get out," Rose screamed. "Get out of my house." "Your house?" I raised an eyebrow. "You mean the house Renee bought for Mom using money he embezzled from his company? That house." The color drained from both their faces. "What are you talking about?" Linda whispered. "Oh, you didn't know. Renee's been cooking the books for years, using company money to fund his little projects, including this house." I smiled. "The board is meeting right now to discuss it." My phone pinged. An email from the testing facility. "Paternity result. Match confirmed. Ricky Bowen." "Perfect timing," I said, opening the attachment. "Would you like to know who really got you pregnant, Rose?" She lunged for my phone, but I held it out of reach. "Don't worry. Everyone will know soon enough. I'm sure Ricky will be thrilled to hear he's going to be a father." "You bitch!" Rose swung at me, but I stepped back. "You're lying. Like you lied about the baby being Renee's? Like you lied about being on birth control with Ricky? Like you've been lying your entire life?" Linda grabbed my arm. "Stop this. Stop it right now." I pulled free. "No, Mother. I'm done stopping. I'm done being quiet. I'm done watching Rose destroy everything she touches while you clean up her messes." "I'll deny it," Rose said, her voice shaking. "No one will believe you." "They already do." I headed for the door, pausing in the doorway. "By the way, Renee's company just called. They're freezing all his assets, including this house. You might want to start packing." As I walked to my car, I could hear Rose's screams through the open window. But for the first time in my life, they didn't make me feel guilty. They made me feel free. The family brunch was my idea. I sent out a group text suggesting we all meet to talk things through civilly. Angela thought I was crazy, but she didn't see my smile when everyone agreed. I chose the country club, neutral territory with plenty of witnesses. More importantly, it had an excellent audiovisual system for presentations. Rose arrived first, wearing a flowing dress that highlighted her small baby bump. She'd clearly been crying, but her chin was lifted in defiance. "I'm only here because Mom insisted," she said, sliding into her seat. "Of course you are." I smiled, watching the others file in. My mother, Mary, Renee, even a few extended family members who'd heard about the drama. "Andrea," Renee started, "can we talk privately first?" "Oh no, darling. Everything I have to say, I'll say in front of everyone." Once everyone was seated, I stood up, smoothing my dress. "I want to apologize for my behavior at my birthday dinner." Rose's face lit up with vindication. My mother nodded approvingly. "I shouldn't have exposed your lies so abruptly," I continued. "I should have been more thorough." Before anyone could respond, I pulled out a remote and clicked it. The club's large TV screen flickered to life. "What is this?" Rose demanded. "This," I said, "is the paternity test results I received yesterday." The document appeared on screen, highlighting the match between Ricky and Rose's unborn child. "Congratulations, sister. Ricky's going to be a daddy." The room erupted. Rose jumped up, knocking over her water glass. "You can't do this." "I already did." I clicked again. Photos of Rose and Ricky appeared. Their secret meetings, the fertility clinic visits, the holiday party. "You remember Ricky, don't you, Renee? Rose's ex who she was sleeping with while trying to trap you?" Renee stood up so fast his chair fell backward. "You told me he was out of the picture." "She tells everyone what they want to hear," I said calmly. "Just like you told me I was the reason we couldn't have children." "Andrea, stop this immediately." My mother's voice shook with rage. "Why? Because it's embarrassing? Because it ruins your perfect image of your perfect daughter?" I clicked again. Bank statements appeared on screen. "Speaking of ruined images, let's talk about how Renee paid for your house, Mother." Linda went pale. "What?" "Company funds," I explained. "Embezzled, of course, along with the money he's been funneling to Rose for her pregnancy needs. Though I suppose sleeping with two men at once can get expensive." Rose lunged at me, but Mary caught her arm. "Don't," Mary warned. "You've done enough damage." "Me?" Rose screamed. "She's the one destroying everything." "No, Rose. You destroyed everything the moment you thought you could take what was mine." I turned to Renee. "By the way, your company's legal team wants to meet with me tomorrow. Something about being a material witness?" Renee sank into his chair, head in his hands. His carefully constructed world was crashing down around him. "You've lost your mind," my mother said, but her voice wavered. "Actually, I finally found it." I clicked one last time. A video began playing. Rose and Renee in his office, planning how to tell me about the pregnancy. Planning how to break me. "How did you get that?" Renee demanded. "You really should change your email password, darling, and check your office for recording devices." I gathered my purse. "Oh, and Rose? Ricky's lawyer will be contacting you. Something about fraud and emotional damages." "I'll deny everything," she hissed. "With what proof? The paternity test is legally binding. The financial records are clear. The video speaks for itself." I smiled. "But please, try to deny it. I'm sure the media would love to hear your side." "The media?" Rose's voice cracked. Did I forget to mention? Mary's been live streaming this whole conversation to her social media. Say hi to your followers, Rose. Mary held up her phone, still recording. Rose's face crumpled as she saw the comments flooding in. You thought you loved center stage, I said softly. How's the spotlight feeling now? My phone buzzed. Renee's company calling again. I answered on speaker. Mrs. Jensen, this is Howard from legal. We need to discuss some irregularities in your husband's financial documentation. Of course, I said, watching Renee's face drain of color. I'll bring everything I have to our meeting tomorrow. I hung up and faced my shattered family one last time. I'd love to stay and chat, but I have a meeting with my lawyer. Divorce papers don't file themselves. As I walked out, I heard Rose collapse into sobs, my mother's frantic attempts to comfort her, and Mary's quiet voice still narrating to her followers. But I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The truth was finally out, and it was more devastating than any lie they could have told. My mother showed up at my temporary apartment the next day, uninvited and unannounced. She looked older than I'd ever seen her, the weight of scandal aging her overnight. We need to talk about what you've done, she said, pushing past me into the living room. What I've done? I closed the door quietly. Not what Rose did? Not what Renee did? I always feared you'd inherit your father's coldness. She sat down, smoothing her skirt with trembling hands. This calculated revenge, it's exactly what he would have done. Don't you dare compare me to him. I remained standing. He abandoned us. I'm protecting myself. By destroying your sister's life, your husband's career, they destroyed themselves. I just exposed the truth. My phone buzzed. Angela texting that she'd found something else. Before I could read it, my mother spoke again. Rose is devastated. She can barely eat, barely sleep. Like I did for 3 years? I cut her off. While she was sleeping with my husband? While you were helping her hide it? Linda's face went white. I never... Save it. Mary told me everything. The girls' lunches where you helped Rose plan how to tell me. The money you helped her hide. I pulled out my phone, showing her the transfer records. Did you think I wouldn't find out? I was trying to protect the family. No, you were protecting Rose. Like always. I sat across from her. Tell me something, Mother. When did you stop loving me? Don't be dramatic. Was it when Dad left? When I refused to play the perfect daughter role? Or was it when I started succeeding without your help? The silence stretched between us until Angela burst through the door, waving papers. Andrea, you need to see this. Oh. She stopped short at the sight of my mother. Sorry. I didn't know. It's fine, I said. What did you find? Angela glanced at Linda before continuing. Renee took out a loan in your name. $50,000. Transferred to Rose's account 3 months ago. My mother's sharp intake of breath confirmed what I'd suspected. You knew about this too, didn't you? Rose needed help, Linda whispered. The fertility treatments, the prenatal care, the fertility treatments she didn't need because she was already pregnant by someone else. I laughed bitterly. Or the prenatal care she charged to Ricky's insurance. Angela handed me the loan documents. There's more. The bank is investigating fraud. They've frozen all joint accounts. Good. I turned to my mother. You should probably warn Rose. Her credit cards might stop working soon. Linda stood up, swaying slightly. You're going to regret this vindictiveness. No, Mother. I regret the years I spent trying to please you. I regret believing Rose could change. I regret trusting Renee. I opened the door. But this I'll never regret. After she left, Angela poured us both a glass of wine. You okay? I stared at the loan documents, feeling the weight of years of deception. No, but I will be. My phone rang. Rylan, my lawyer. Andrea, we need to meet. Now. An hour later, I sat in his office, listening as he laid out the extent of Renee's financial fraud. "It's worse than we thought," Ryland said, spreading documents across his desk. "He's been embezzling for years, using company funds for personal expenses, falsifying reports. And the loan he took out in my name? We can prove fraud. Your signature was forged." He leaned back. "The company wants to press charges. They're asking for your cooperation." I thought about Renee's smug face every time he dismissed my concerns, about Rose's triumphant smile at my birthday dinner, about my mother's constant defense of their betrayal. "What do you need from me?" "Everything. Emails, texts, financial records." Ryland smiled grimly. "They want to make an example of him." "Good." I pulled out a USB drive. "Because I have everything." That night, alone in my apartment, I finally broke down. Not over losing Renee. That pain had dulled to nothing more than wounded pride. Not over Rose's betrayal. I'd always known she was capable of it. No. I cried for the years I'd wasted trying to be the perfect daughter, wife, sister. For the family I thought I had. For the life I'd built on lies. My phone lit up with a text from Angela. "Turn on the news." There it was. Renee's company announcing an internal investigation into financial fraud. Rose's social media accounts going dark after a flood of negative comments. My mother's country club membership being reviewed due to recent events. The carefully constructed facade was crumbling, and beneath it lay the ugly truth. They had all chosen their roles in this drama. Now they had to face the consequences of their performance. The security alarm woke me at 3 a.m. I was already reaching for my phone when I heard glass breaking downstairs. "Andrea!" Renee's voice slurred and angry. "I know you're here." I pressed the emergency button on my phone, the one Ryland had insisted I install after filing the restraining order. Then I called Angela. "He's here," I whispered. "Renee broke in." "Police are on their way," she said. "Don't engage. Stay in your room." But Renee was already stumbling up the stairs, his footsteps heavy and uneven. "You ruined everything," he shouted. "My job, my reputation, your ability to steal money," I called back, grabbing the baseball bat I'd started keeping by my bed. "Your chance to play happy families with my sister?" He appeared in my doorway, disheveled and reeking of alcohol. "You think you're so smart," he sneered, "but you're just a cold, bitter woman who couldn't keep her husband happy. And you're just a pathetic thief who couldn't keep it in his pants." I held the bat ready. "Get out before the police arrive." He lunged forward, but years of drunken behavior had slowed his reflexes. I dodged easily, bringing the bat down on his knee. He howled in pain, crumpling to the floor just as police sirens wailed outside. "You broke the restraining order," I said calmly, watching him writhe. "That's going to look great in court." The police burst in moments later, weapons drawn. Renee was still cursing as they cuffed him, reading him his rights over his drunken protests. "You'll want to add breaking and entering to the charges," I told the officers, pointing to my security cameras. "I have it all on video." The next morning, Angela arrived with coffee and news. "Rose's influencer status is tanking. She's lost half her followers overnight." "How tragic," I said, scrolling through the headlines. "Maternity queen Rose Holland exposed in family scandal" was trending. "She's been trying to damage control," Angela continued, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, that you're mentally unstable. "Is that why she's been hiding from Ricky's lawyers?" I showed her an email from Ryland. "They're filing a civil suit. Apparently lying about paternity for financial gain is frowned upon." My phone buzzed. A text from Mary. "Rose just tried to get into the country club. They revoked her membership. She had a meltdown in the lobby." "Your sister always did love an audience," Angela said. Speaking of audiences, I pulled up a local news website. Renee's arrest was front-page news, complete with his mugshot and details of the financial investigation. "Have you heard from your mother? She's been calling non-stop." I showed her my blocked calls list. Probably wants me to drop the charges against Renee. Save the family name. Some family. I decided to end this chapter where it began, at the cafe where I'd first seen Rose meeting Ricky. She was already there when I arrived, looking smaller somehow, her designer clothes replaced with plain maternity wear. "Come to gloat?" she asked as I sat down. "No, I came to give you this." I handed her a gift bag. She opened it cautiously, pulling out a pacifier wrapped in newspaper clippings about her scandal. Her face crumpled. "Why are you doing this to me?" "Because you need to understand something, Rose." I leaned forward. "This isn't about revenge anymore. It's about consequences. Every choice you made, every lie you told, led to this moment. I never meant— Yes, you did. You meant to steal my husband. You meant to pass off another man's child as his. You meant to destroy my life." I stood up. "But here's the thing about destruction, Rose. Sometimes it rebounds." "I hate you," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "No, you hate yourself. And that's not my problem anymore." I dropped a manila envelope on the table. "By the way, Ricky's lawyers asked me to give you this. They're seeking full custody once the baby's born." Her sob followed me out of the cafe, but I didn't look back. I didn't need to see her pain to know it was real. My phone buzzed one last time. A message from Rylan. "Renee's pleading guilty to all charges. The company wants to settle. 7 figures. I smiled, thinking of the new life waiting for me. The freedom I'd fought for. The peace I'd finally found. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't just exposing the truth. It's watching karma do its work while you walk away clean. The moving truck pulled away from my new apartment, leaving me alone in a space that was finally, completely mine. Sunlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, warming the hardwood floors. No traces of Renee. No echoes of Rose. Just peace. My phone buzzed. Angela arriving with housewarming wine. "This place is gorgeous," she said, taking in the view of the city. "How does it feel?" "Like freedom." I uncorked the bottle. "Did you see the news? About Renee's sentencing? 8 years seems light considering what he stole." "The money wasn't the point." I handed her a glass. "It was the lies. The manipulation. The way he made me doubt myself for years." Speaking of manipulation, Angela pulled out her phone. "Rose had her baby yesterday." "I know. Ricky's lawyer called me." I smiled. DNA test was done immediately. He's filing for full custody, given her unstable behavior and history of fraud. "Your mother must be thrilled." "Wouldn't know. Haven't spoken to her since she tried to bribe me to drop the charges against Renee." I sat on my new couch, running my hand over the soft fabric. She chose her side. Now she can live with it. The doorbell rang. Mary, carrying a plant in a thick envelope. "Thought you might want to see this," she said, handing me the envelope. Renee's sister sent it. She found these while cleaning out his office. Inside were photos. Me and Renee in happier times, family gatherings, holidays. At the bottom was a letter from Rose to Renee, dated 3 years ago. "She's too focused on her career. Too cold. You deserve better. We deserve better." "They were planning this for years," I said quietly. "And now they have nothing," Mary replied. "Renee's in prison. Rose lost her baby to Ricky. Your mother's house is being seized as part of the settlement." "Karma's quite the architect," Angela mused. My phone lit up with a text from Rylan. "Settlement check cleared. You're officially a very wealthy woman." "What will you do with it?" Mary asked. "Already done." I showed them my laptop screen, a confirmation email for a major donation to a fertility support organization. They help women who've been manipulated or abused during fertility struggles. "Taking something ugly and making it beautiful," Angela said softly. "That's the thing about revenge," I replied. "It's not about destroying others. It's about rebuilding yourself. The doorbell rang again. This time it was a delivery, a large package from the fertility clinic where I'd first discovered Renee's lies. Inside was a letter. Dear Ms. Jensen, we were moved by your story and your donation. We'd like to offer you our services, free of charge, whenever you're ready to start your own family, on your own terms. Are you going to? Angela asked. Maybe, but not because I need a baby to be complete. Not because society expects it. Only if and when I choose. I walked to the windows, watching the sunset paint the city gold. Behind me, Angela and Mary chatted about dinner plans, their voices warm and genuine. Real friendship, not the fake support my family had offered. My phone buzzed one last time. Rose calling from an unknown number. I declined the call and blocked it. You know what I learned from all this? I said, turning back to my friends. They expected me to collapse, to break down, to need their version of love so badly I'd forgive anything. But you didn't, Angela said. No. Instead, I built myself a balcony to watch them fall. I raised my glass. To karma. To karma, they echoed. Later that night, alone in my new home, I found one last photo at the bottom of the envelope. Me as a child, smiling fearlessly at the camera. Before Rose's manipulation, before Renee's lies, before my mother's conditional love. I pinned it to my mirror, a reminder not of what I'd lost, but of what I'd found. My strength, my worth, my voice. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't just watching your enemies fall. It's rising so far above them that they become nothing more than a cautionary tale in your success story. I took one last look at the city lights before closing my curtains. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, new chapters. But tonight, in this space I'd carved out of their destruction, I was finally, completely at peace. Not because they'd lost everything, but because I'd found myself.
I always knew my sister would find a way to steal my thunder, even on my own wedding day. That's just who Nora is, the center of the universe, at least in our family's eyes. But I never thought she'd go as far as taking my actual wedding dress. I'm Alice, and I've spent 28 years being the other daughter. The one who's practical instead of vivacious, who's reliable instead of exceptional. Tonight, at Nora's engagement party, I'm watching it all play out again like a movie I've seen 1,000 times. Oh, darling, you look absolutely radiant. Mom gushes, adjusting Nora's perfectly styled hair. Ashton is such a catch. I knew the moment I met him that he was the one for you. I take another sip of champagne, trying not to remember how she barely acknowledged my engagement to Nicholas 6 months ago. He seems nice enough, was all she'd managed then. Alice, honey, could you grab more appetizers from the kitchen? Dad calls out, not even looking in my direction. Of course, even at Nora's engagement party, I'm relegated to catering duty. I'll help, Nicholas whispers, squeezing my hand. God, I love him for that. In the kitchen, I start arranging crackers and cheese on a platter, while Nicholas opens another bottle of wine. You okay? He asks, his voice soft with concern. I'm fine, it's just... I pause, searching for words that won't make me sound like a jealous teenager. Sometimes I wonder if they even see me at all. Hey! He pulls me close, his chest warm against my cheek. I see you. You're the most amazing person I know. A burst of laughter from the living room interrupts our moment. I peek around the corner to see Nora holding court, champagne glass in hand, telling some story about her perfect proposal. And then, she's saying, Ashton got down on one knee right there in Central Park with the string quartet playing our song. It's like a fairy tale. Mom sighs, wiping away a tear. I remember Nicholas's proposal. Simple, sincere, and perfect in its own way. He'd cooked dinner at home, nervous and adorable, and asked me while we slow danced in our tiny living room. Mom's response? At least you're finally settling down. Alice. Nora's voice cuts through my thoughts. Where are those appetizers? Everyone's starving. I grab the platter and head back out, plastering on my best, supportive sister smile. That's when I hear it. The conversation that changes everything. Speaking of the wedding, Nora's saying to Mom, her voice dropped to a stage whisper. I was thinking about Alice's dress. I freeze just outside the doorway. The one she bought for her wedding? Mom asks. It really is beautiful. Right? And she's not getting married until next year anyway. My wedding's in 3 months, and that dress would be perfect for my garden ceremony. Plus, it's just sitting in her closet. Well, I'm sure she wouldn't mind. Mom says. You are her sister, after all. And it would look stunning on you. My hands tighten on the platter. The dress I spent months searching for. The one I'd fallen in love with instantly. The one I was saving up to pay for myself because Mom wouldn't help with the costs like she's doing for Nora. I'll talk to her about it tomorrow. Nora continues. She'll understand. She always does. I walk into the room, setting down the platter with a little more force than necessary. The crackers jump and a few heads turn. Everything okay, sweetie? Dad asks, finally looking at me. I meet Nora's eyes across the room. She has the grace to look slightly guilty, but there's that familiar, entitled gleam in her expression. The one that says she knows she'll get her way. She always does. Everything's fine, I say, my voice steady despite the rage building in my chest. Just perfect. Samantha, my best friend, catches my eye from across the room. She's known me long enough to read the tension in my shoulders, the tight set of my jaw. She raises an eyebrow in question, and I give her the slightest shake of my head. Not now. Because now, watching Nora bask in the adoration of our family, something shifts inside me. Years of being overshadowed, overlooked, and taken for granted crystallize into a single, clarifying moment of purpose. My sister wants my wedding dress? Fine. But this time, things won't go the way she expects. This time, I'm done being the understanding one, the practical one, the one who always steps aside. This time, Nora's perfect day is going to be anything but perfect. The next morning, I was folding laundry when the doorbell rang. I already knew who it was. Nora never could wait when she wanted something. Alice. She breezed past me into my apartment, designer handbag swinging. I need to talk to you about something important. I kept folding. Coffee? No time. Listen, I've been thinking about your wedding dress. She perched on my couch, all perfect posture and practiced smile. You know how my wedding's coming up first, right? And that dress would be absolutely perfect for my garden theme. You want my wedding dress? I set down the towel I was folding, turning to face her fully. Just to borrow. You're not using it for months anyway. She leaned forward, eyes wide with practiced innocence. Come on, Allie, you know how much this means to me. Before I could respond, another knock at the door. Mom, of course. Nora had brought back up. Girls, I thought I'd find you both here. Mom swept in, carrying a garment bag. Alice, honey, I picked up your dress from the closet at home. I figured we could do a quick fitting with Nora right now. My throat tightened. They'd already taken it from my childhood home without asking. I watched, frozen as Mom unzipped the bag, revealing the ivory lace I'd fallen in love with. Mom, I managed. You went into my room? Don't be dramatic, sweetie. We're family. She held the dress up to Nora, who was already shrugging off her jacket. Oh, it's perfect. Even better than on you, Alice. The color really suits Nora's complexion. I grabbed my phone, texting Samantha. SOS. Come over, now. I haven't said yes, I said, but they weren't listening. Nora was already stepping into my dress, Mom helping her zip up the back. Oh my God, Nora gasped, twirling in front of my mirror. It's like it was made for me. You look absolutely stunning, Mom gushed. Alice, isn't your sister beautiful? I stared at my dress, hugging my sister's frame. The dress I'd worked overtime to afford. The dress I'd dreamed about wearing while dancing with Nicholas. Take it off, I said quietly. What? Nora turned, frowning. I said take it off. It's my dress. I bought it for my wedding. Mom sighed that familiar, disappointed sigh. Alice, don't be selfish. Your sister needs it first, and you know how important this is to her. Important to her? My voice rose. What about what's important to me? Just once? You're being ridiculous, Nora said, smoothing the lace over her hips. It's just a dress. And you know I'll take better care of it than… The door burst open. Samantha stood there, taking in the scene with narrowed eyes. What the hell is going on? Perfect timing. Nora beamed. Sam, doesn't this dress look amazing on me? Samantha walked straight to me, placing herself between me and my family. Mrs. Ortiz, with all due respect, that dress belongs to Alice. You can't just take it. We're not taking it, Mom protested. We're borrowing it, for family. Alice. Samantha turned to me, her voice firm. What do you want? I looked at my sister, resplendent in my stolen dress. At my mother, ready to defend her golden child. At my best friend, the only one who ever seemed to see me. Keep it, I said finally. Alice? Samantha started. No, really. Keep it, Nora. You always get what you want anyway, right? What's one more thing? Don't be dramatic. Nora rolled her eyes. I'll give it back perfect condition. I'm sure you will. I met her eyes in the mirror. I hope it brings you exactly what you deserve. Mom clapped her hands. See, that's the spirit. Now, Nora, let's talk about alterations. After they left with my dress, Samantha turned to me. Tell me you're not really okay with this. I walked to my window, watching Nora carefully load my dress into her car. You know what's funny? For the first time, I actually am okay with it, because I finally know exactly what I'm going to do. That look in your eyes is terrifying, Samantha said. I love it. What's the plan? I turned to her, smiling. How much do you know about garden fountain systems? Not much, but I'm willing to learn. She grinned. Are we about to be evil? Not evil, I corrected, pulling out my laptop. Just karmic. Did you know Nora chose the same garden venue where she once ruined my Sweet 16? The one with the beautiful central fountain? Oh my God, Samantha laughed. This is going to be good, isn't it? I started typing, my smile growing wider. Let's just say my dress isn't the only thing that's going to look perfect on Nora's big day. You want me to what? Nicholas stared at me across our kitchen table, coffee cup frozen halfway to his mouth. Just keep Ashton busy during the rehearsal dinner, I repeated, sliding him a piece of toast. Take him for drinks afterward, that's all. While you and Sam do something to the fountain? He set his cup down carefully. Alice, honey, are you sure about this? Samantha sprawled on our couch, laptop balanced on her knees. Got it, she called out. The maintenance schedule shows they service the fountain every Tuesday. That means it'll be exactly 4 days before the wedding when they do the final check. I squeezed Nicholas's hand. Trust me, I'm not going to do anything dangerous or illegal. Just karmic. Like your Sweet 16? He raised an eyebrow. When Nora accidentally spilled punch all over your dress right before your first dance? Exactly like that. I pulled up a chair next to Samantha. Show me what you found. She turned the laptop toward me. The fountain runs on a pretty basic system. All we need is access to the control panel in about 15 minutes. And you know how to do this because my cousin's a landscaper. She grinned. I called in a favor. He explained everything. Pressure valves, timing mechanisms, the works. Simple adjustments, nothing permanent. Nicholas came to peer over our shoulders. So when you say adjustments, just a slight increase in water pressure, I explained. Timed perfectly for the vows, when Nora's standing there in my dress, right in front of the fountain. Splash. Samantha finished with a flourish. You're both insane, Nicholas said, but I could see the corner of his mouth twitching. And I'm probably going to hell for finding this funny. My phone buzzed. A text from Nora. Dress fitting tomorrow. Mom says you should come. Show support. Speaking of hell, I muttered, showing them the message. Perfect. Samantha sat up straight. While you're at the fitting, I can scout the venue. The wedding coordinator knows me as your +1 anyway. And I'll take Ashton for lunch, Nicholas added. Keep him distracted. Maybe subtly suggest taking photos by the fountain during the ceremony. I looked at him in surprise. You're in? He pulled me close, kissing my forehead. Babe, I've watched Nora and your parents treat you like a second-class citizen for years. If this is how you need to handle it, I'm with you. Just promise me you won't do anything you can't come back from. Promise. I hugged him tight. It's just water. Expensive dress water, but still just water. The next day, I sat in the bridal boutique, watching Nora preen in my dress. She'd already had it taken in, the lace adjusted to hug her curves. It needs more sparkle, Mom declared. Maybe we could add some crystals along the neckline? Mom, no, I started, but Nora was already nodding. Brilliant idea. Nothing too gaudy, just enough to make it pop. Alice, you don't mind, right? We'll pay for the additions. I thought about the fountain, about perfect timing and karmic justice. Whatever you think is best, Nora. It's your day, after all. My phone lit up with a text from Samantha. Venue scouted. You won't believe where they keep the control panel. This is almost too easy. Alice? Mom's voice cut through my thoughts. Are you even paying attention? We're discussing the alterations. Sorry, I smiled sweetly. Just wedding planning stuff of my own. You know, for next year, when I was supposed to wear that dress? A flicker of guilt crossed Nora's face, so brief I almost missed it. Then she was back to her usual self. Oh, please, you can find another dress. This one was meant for me. Look how perfect it is. She twirled in front of the mirror, the ivory lace catching the light. I had to admit, she did look beautiful, like a princess in a fairy tale. Too bad about the upcoming plot twist. My phone buzzed again. Samantha, got the timing down. During the vows, you'll need to be standing by the east pillar. That's your cue spot. What are you smiling about? Nora asked, adjusting her veil. Just thinking about your perfect day, I said truthfully. I can't wait to see how it all turns out. Mom beamed, proud of my apparent acceptance. That's the spirit, honey. Family first, right? Right, I agreed, typing back to Samantha. Everything's set. Operation Karma is a go. I watched Nora admire herself in the mirror, remembering every slight, every time she'd taken something that was mine, every moment our parents had chosen her over me. In 3 weeks, she'd have her perfect wedding in her perfect venue, wearing my perfect dress. And for once in our lives, I'd be the one calling the shots. The night before the wedding, our family gathered at Mom and Dad's house for what Mom called a special dinner. I knew what that meant. Another Nora show. Remember Alice's 7th birthday? Nora laughed, swirling her wine. When she tried to blow out my candles? They were my candles, I corrected, stabbing at my salad. It was my birthday party. You just decided you wanted to blow them out too. Did I? Nora frowned. Mom, wasn't that my party? Mom patted Nora's hand. Darling, does it matter? You girls shared everything back then. Shared, I muttered. Nicholas squeezed my knee under the table. Speaking of sharing, Dad said, raising his glass, I want to make a toast to my beautiful daughter on the eve of her wedding. Nora, you've always been our shining star. I set down my fork with a clatter. The room went quiet. Alice? Mom's voice held a warning. No, please continue, I said. Tell us more about your shining star. Maybe about how she shared my prom date? Or how about when she borrowed my college acceptance letter to show her friends before I even saw it? That's ancient history. Nora waved dismissively. Why are you being so dramatic? Dramatic? I laughed. You're wearing my wedding dress tomorrow. Girls? Dad intervened. Let's not ruin the evening. My phone buzzed. Samantha. Everything's set for tomorrow. You sure about this? I looked at my family. Dad avoiding conflict as usual, Mom fawning over Nora and my sister, somehow managing to look both innocent and smug at the same time. I need some air, I announced, pushing back from the table. Nicholas started to rise, but I shook my head. I needed to be alone. In the backyard, I sat on the old swing set, the one where Nora had once pushed me off, breaking my arm. It was an accident, everyone had said, like everything else. Penny for your thoughts? I turned to see Dad, hands in his pockets, looking uncomfortable. Save it for Nora's wedding gift, I said. He sighed, settling onto the swing beside me. You know, when you girls were little, your mother and I thought we were doing the right thing. Nora was so demanding. We figured you were the strong one, the one who could handle getting less attention. And that makes it okay? No, he said quietly. It doesn't. We sat in silence, the chains creaking softly. That dress, he started. Don't. I know you bought it yourself. I saw the receipts, the extra shifts you picked up. He kicked at the dirt. I should have helped. Yeah, I agreed. You should have. My phone lit up again. Samantha sending the final timing details for tomorrow. I thought about the fountain, about revenge, about justice. Dad, I said suddenly, do you remember my sweet 16? He winced. The punch incident? Nora said it was an accident. It wasn't. She told me later she did it because she thought I was getting too much attention. Alice. And tomorrow she's wearing my dress. The one thing I wanted that was just mine. I stood up. So tell me, Dad, what would you do? He looked at me for a long moment. Something's going to happen tomorrow, isn't it? I met his gaze steadily. Maybe karma's finally catching up. He nodded slowly, then reached into his wallet and pulled out a check. Here. What's this? For your dress, the one you bought yourself. Whatever happens tomorrow, you deserve to have your own perfect day. I stared at the check, throat tight. Little late, don't you think? Better late than never? He attempted a smile. Just be careful tomorrow, okay? Your mother's heart isn't what it used to be. I tucked the check into my pocket. Don't worry, Dad. Everything will be exactly as it should be. Back inside, Nora was showing Mom her something borrowed, a diamond bracelet from Ashton's mother. The irony made me want to scream. Alice, she called out. There you are. I need you to help me with my final fitting tonight. One last sister moment before the big day. I thought about the fountain, about karma, about Dad's belated attempt at making things right. For a moment, I wavered. Then Nora added, the dress might need a few more adjustments. You don't mind if we make some more changes, right? And just like that, my resolve hardened. Of course not. I smiled. Tomorrow should be absolutely perfect. Nicholas caught my eye across the room, raising an eyebrow in question. I gave him a slight nod. The plan was still on. Tomorrow, karma would make its grand entrance, right on schedule. The garden looked like something out of a fairy tale. White chairs lined the path to the altar, rose petals scattered everywhere, and the fountain, our star player, burbled innocently behind the wedding arch. Everything's ready, Samantha whispered, joining me in the bridal suite. I double-checked the timing. During Till Death Do Us Part, that fountain's going to put on quite a show. I watched Nora twirl in my dress, now adorned with crystals and pearls she'd added. Mom fussed over her veil while the makeup artist applied final touches. You're being awfully quiet, Alice, Mom noted. Everything okay? Just taking it all in. I smiled, checking my phone. A text from Nicholas. Ashton's in position. Convinced him the fountain backdrop would be perfect for photos. Girls, the wedding coordinator poked her head in. We're starting in 15 minutes. Places, please. Nora grabbed my hands, suddenly looking vulnerable. You'll be right behind me, right? As my maid of honor? For a split second, I saw my sister, the real Nora, not the entitled princess she'd become. I remembered us as kids, building blanket forts, sharing secrets. Before the competition, before the favoritism, before everything went wrong. Alice? Her voice wavered. Right behind you, I assured her, pushing the memories away. Where else would I be? The music started. I took my place in line, watching as the bridesmaids proceeded one by one. Samantha squeezed my arm as she passed, whispering, "East Pillar, don't forget." Then came Nora, radiant in my dress, Mom and Dad on either side. The guests gasped appropriately. I followed, counting steps, watching the fountain spray catching the sunlight. The ceremony began. I barely heard the priest's words, too focused on timing, on watching the water pressure. On the way, my dress caught the light on Nora's frame. "The couple has written their own vows," the priest announced. Ashton went first, his words sweet and sincere. I almost felt bad about what was coming. Almost. Then Nora started speaking. "Ashton, from the moment we met, I knew you were mine. Just like I've always known what I wanted, and always gotten it." I caught Dad's eye from the front row. He gave me a slight nod as if he knew. "And I promise to always be the center of your world." My phone vibrated, Samantha's signal. I shifted toward the East Pillar. "Until death do us part." The fountain's spray pattern changed subtly. A few guests glanced back, noticing the shift in sound. "I do," Nora finished, beaming. The priest opened his mouth for the final blessing. 3, 2, 1. A massive surge of water shot upward, catching the sunlight like diamonds. For one crystalline moment, it was beautiful. Then gravity took over. The water came down like a miniature monsoon, drenching Nora, Ashton, and the immediate wedding party. My dress, her dress, went from ivory to transparent in seconds. Her perfectly styled hair collapsed. The added crystals caught the water like tiny prisms, creating rainbow effects as she shrieked. "My dress!" she screamed. "The fountain, someone do something!" Chaos erupted. Guests jumped up, some running for cover, others trying to help. The wedding coordinator frantically radioed for maintenance. Through it all, I stood dry and safe by my pillar, watching karma unfold. "The control panel," someone shouted. "Where's the shutoff?" "This is horrible," Mom cried, trying to shield Nora with a tablecloth. "Who could have done this?" I caught Samantha trying to suppress her laughter behind a flower arrangement. Nicholas, standing with the groomsmen, carefully kept his face neutral. "Wait," Nora said suddenly, turning to face me. Her mascara ran in black rivers down her cheeks. You're the only one who's dry." The fountain spluttered to a stop, but the damage was done. My dress clung to her like a wet tissue, the added decorations hanging sadly. "What are you talking about?" I asked innocently. "It's just a malfunction. Like my punch spill was just an accident," she hissed, low enough that only I could hear. We stared at each other, years of rivalry and resentment crystallizing in that moment. She knew. I knew she knew. And she knew I knew she knew. "Well," I said quietly, "I guess some things are just meant to be shared, right?" "You little—" "Nora, honey," Mom interrupted, rushing over with more towels. "Let's get you inside and dried off. We can still salvage this." As they hustled her away, I heard her say, "I want Alice out of here. Now." I caught Dad's eye again. He shook his head slightly, but I saw the ghost of a smile. The wedding coordinator approached me, looking frazzled. "We'll need about an hour to reset. Could you help coordinate the guests?" "Of course," I said. "After all, it's my sister's perfect day. What else could go wrong?" Behind me, thunder rumbled ominously. I hadn't planned for rain, but sometimes karma has its own ideas. The next hour was chaos incarnate. While the wedding coordinator scrambled to move everything indoors, I watched from the venue's covered porch as the storm rolled in. Perfect timing wasn't just karma anymore. It was biblical. "Did you order the rain too?" Samantha appeared beside me, holding 2 glasses of champagne. "That's all Mother Nature," I said, accepting a glass, though I appreciate her enthusiasm. Inside, I could hear Nora's wails echoing from the bridal suite. "It's ruined. The dress is ruined. Everything is ruined." "Speaking of enthusiasm," Samantha muttered. The door burst open and Mom stormed out. "Alice, get in here, now." I handed my champagne back to Samantha. Showtime. The bridal suite looked like a war zone. My dress, now a sad, soaked mess, lay crumpled in the corner. Nora sat in her slip, mascara-stained face buried in her hands, while 3 attendants frantically tried to salvage her hair. "Fix this," Mom demanded. "Fix what?" I asked, examining my nails. "Don't play innocent," Nora spat, looking up. "You did this. You ruined my wedding." "Did I? Prove it." "I don't need to prove it. You're the only one who wasn't soaked. You were standing by that pillar, smirking." "Lucky coincidence," I shrugged. "Like when you spilled punch on my sweet 16 dress? Or when you accidentally deleted my college acceptance email before I could read it? Or how about when you borrowed my prom date?" "That was different." Nora stood up, sending hairpins flying. "Those were accidents. Were they?" I stepped closer. "Or were they just you, always needing to be the center of attention? Always taking what's mine?" "Girls," Mom started. "No, Mom." I cut her off. "Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how Nora took my dress. The one I paid for myself. How you helped her take it. How you've both always taken whatever you wanted from me because family shares and Nora needs it more." "I needed that dress," Nora screamed. "It was perfect. It was mine." Thunder crashed outside, making everyone jump. In the silence that followed, I could hear whispers from the guests in the hallway. "You want to know something funny?" I said, quieter now. "I actually considered stopping it. Right before the fountain went off, watching you say your vows, I almost called it off." "But you didn't," Nora said bitterly. "No, because you had to learn that you can't always take what isn't yours without consequences." "Consequences?" Mom's voice shook. "Alice, do you realize what you've done? You've ruined your sister's wedding." "No, Mom. I ruined her stolen moment. There's a difference." A knock at the door. Dad poked his head in. "The guests are getting restless. What should I tell them?" Nora burst into fresh tears. "My wedding is destroyed." "Oh, stop being dramatic," I said, surprising myself with how calm I felt. "Your dress is wet, not destroyed. The venue has industrial dryers. You can still get married today." "In a damp dress?" she shrieked. "Better than no dress at all," I pointed out, "which is what I'll have for my wedding now." Dad cleared his throat. "About that, I made some calls. That boutique you originally bought from? They're holding another dress for you. Different style, but they said it's even better than the first one." Everyone turned to stare at him. "You what?" Mom asked. "It was the least I could do," he said, meeting my eyes. "After everything." Nora looked between us, realization dawning. "You knew," she accused Dad. "You knew she was planning this." "I knew something was coming," he admitted. "Can't say I blamed her." "This is insane," Mom sputtered. "We're family. We're supposed to support each other." "Exactly," I said. "Support, not take, not steal, not always favor one over the other." Another knock. The wedding coordinator this time. "The dryers are ready and we've reset the indoor ceremony space. It's actually quite lovely with the rain as a backdrop. Should we proceed?" Nora looked at her reflection in the mirror. Makeup ruined, hair a mess, my dress hanging limply on its hanger. Then she looked at me. "You know what? Yes, we'll proceed." She stood straighter. "Get me dried off, fix my makeup, and let's do this." "But Alice?" "Yes?" "After today, we're done. Sister or not, we're done." I nodded, feeling oddly light. "Seems fair. Need help with your makeup?" "Get out." I turned to leave, then paused at the door. "For what it's worth, Nora, I really did love that dress." Outside, Samantha waited with our rescued champagne. "Well?" "The wedding will go on," I said, taking my glass back. "But I just lost a sister." "No," Samantha corrected, clinking her glass against mine. "You just found yourself." The rain continued to fall, washing everything clean. The indoor ceremony went ahead as planned, though not quite the fairy tale Nora had envisioned. My dress, while mostly dry, had lost its pristine look. The added crystals hung limply, some missing entirely. Still, she walked down the makeshift aisle, chin high, deliberately not looking in my direction. I stood at the back, no longer part of the wedding party. Nicholas had his arm around my waist, keeping me steady. "You okay?" he whispered. Before I could answer, Mom appeared beside us. "Alice, we need to talk." "Not now, Mom." "Yes, now." She grabbed my arm, pulling me toward an empty hallway. Nicholas started to follow, but I waved him off. "How could you?" she hissed once we were alone. "Your own sister." "That's rich, coming from you." I leaned against the wall, suddenly tired. "When was the last time you actually treated me like your daughter, Mom? Not just Nora's backup, not just the reliable one, but your daughter. Don't turn this around on me. You deliberately sabotaged." "Her wedding is still happening," I cut in. "She's still getting married. The only thing I ruined was her perfect moment in my stolen dress." "It wasn't stolen. It was borrowed." "Without asking. Without my permission. Just like everything else in our lives." Mom's face crumpled. "I don't understand where this bitterness comes from. We gave you everything." "You gave Nora everything," I corrected. "I got whatever was left over. And you know what the worst part is? You don't even see it." "That's not true." "Really? When I got engaged, you barely acknowledged it. When I bought my dress by myself with my own money, you helped Nora take it. When was the last time you were proud of me, Mom?" "Just me. Not in comparison to Nora." She opened her mouth, then closed it again. "Can't think of one, can you?" From the ceremony room, we heard applause. The vows must have finished. "Well," Mom straightened her jacket. "I hope you're happy. Your sister will never forgive you for this." "Maybe not," I agreed. "But for the first time in my life, I forgive myself for not being her." "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means I'm done trying to be the perfect sister, the understanding daughter, the one who always gives in. I'm done being invisible." Dad appeared at the end of the hallway. "They're about to do photos. Alice, maybe you should go." I nodded, but Mom grabbed my arm again. "This isn't over." "Actually, it is." I gently removed her hand. "I've already called the boutique. They're holding a new dress for me. One that's just mine. Dad's right. It's time for me to go." "You're choosing to leave your sister's wedding?" "No, Mom. I'm choosing myself." Maybe for the first time ever, I found Nicholas and Samantha by the entrance. Through the windows, I could see the rain had stopped, leaving everything fresh and clean. "Ready?" Nicholas asked. "Wait." Dad's voice behind us. He held out an envelope. "Your mother, she doesn't understand yet, but I do. Take this." Inside was a check, enough for 2 dresses. "Dad, get whatever you want," he said gruffly. "Whatever makes you happy. And Alice, I'm sorry for everything." I hugged him, breathing in the familiar scent of his aftershave. "I know." "Will you be at Sunday dinner next week?" he asked. "I don't think that's a good idea. Not for a while." He nodded sadly. "We'll figure something out. Maybe just you and me sometimes." "I'd like that." As we walked to the car, I heard Nora's voice carrying across the parking lot. "Where is she? She can't just leave." "Watch me," I muttered. Samantha linked her arm through mine. "So, dress shopping tomorrow?" "Actually," I smiled. "I'm thinking of wearing a suit to my wedding. Something completely different. Something that's totally me." Nicholas laughed. "Now that I'd love to see." We drove away as the photographer arranged Nora's wedding party by the now peaceful fountain. In my rearview mirror, I watched my sister straighten her borrowed dress one last time, still trying to perfect an imperfect moment. "You know what's funny?" I said as we turned onto the main road. "I actually feel lighter. That's what happens when you stop carrying someone else's expectations," Samantha said wisely. My phone buzzed. A text from Dad. "Proud of you, kiddo. Always have been." Maybe some things had to fall apart before they could come together properly. Maybe sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all, but finally standing up and saying, enough. And maybe, just maybe, karma works in mysterious ways. Not just to punish, but to set things right. The boutique's bell chimed as I pushed open the door, Samantha and Mom following behind. The awkward tension between them was thick enough to cut with a knife. I still think this is a mistake, Mom said, eyeing the suits on display. A bride should wear a dress. Good thing it's not your wedding then. I turned to the consultant approaching us. Hi, I have an appointment to try on suits. Mom sighed dramatically, but took a seat. It had taken 3 missed Sunday dinners, 2 heart-to-hearts with Dad, and 1 very loud phone argument before she'd agreed to come today. Progress was progress, even if it came with running commentary. The consultant brought out several options. I'd barely slipped into the first one, a classic white tuxedo with satin lapels, when the boutique's door chimed again. Sorry I'm late, Dad called out. Traffic was... He stopped short, staring at me. Wow, kiddo. You like it? He nodded, eyes suspiciously bright. You look like yourself, finally. It's certainly different, Mom managed. Different is good, Samantha said firmly. Different means it's truly Alice's choice. I turned to the mirror, adjusting the jacket. No lace, no crystals, no borrowed expectations. Just me. Speaking of choices, Mom said carefully, Nora asked about you yesterday. The room went quiet. I continued adjusting my cuffs, keeping my voice neutral. Did she? She and Ashton are back from their honeymoon. She mentioned maybe getting coffee. Mom, I warned. I'm not pushing. I've been thinking about what you said, about always favoring her, about making you invisible. She twisted her hands in her lap. Maybe you weren't entirely wrong. I met her eyes in the mirror. Maybe? Okay, you weren't wrong at all. She stood up, moving to stand beside me. Looking at you now, in this suit that's so perfectly you, I realize I never really saw you before. I was so busy trying to make you fit what I thought you should be, what Nora was, that I missed who you actually are. Mom, let me finish. When you stood up to us at the wedding, it scared me. Not because of what you did to the fountain, though that was quite something, but because it was the first time I saw you clearly. And I realized how much I'd missed. Dad cleared his throat. We both did, kiddo. I turned away from the mirror to face them properly. So what now? Now, Mom said, reaching for my hand. We start over, if you'll let us. And if you want to meet Nora for coffee, well, that's your choice. No pressure, no expectations. And no more taking things that aren't hers? No more taking anything, Mom agreed. Though she did say to tell you she's sorry about the dress, and the punch, and the prom date, and the college letter. I couldn't help but laugh. That's quite a list. You made quite an impression with that fountain. The consultant brought out another suit option, this one with a subtle pattern woven into the fabric that caught the light just so. Try this one, Samantha suggested. It reminds me of water. Everyone groaned, but I was already reaching for it. Too soon? Never too soon to own your moment, Dad grinned. As I changed, I heard Mom asking Samantha about the wedding plans, actually listening to the answers. Dad chimed in with suggestions about the venue. Maybe somewhere without fountains. And for the first time, it felt like my wedding. My choices, my family, finally seeing me. The new suit fit perfectly, like it had been waiting for me all along. Standing there, surrounded by people who were finally looking at me instead of past me, I realized something. Karma wasn't just about revenge or justice. Sometimes it was about breaking patterns, about standing up and demanding to be seen. Well, I asked, turning to face them all. What do you think? It's perfect, Mom said, and this time she meant it. Just like you. Does this mean I can wear a suit to Sunday dinner? Don't push it, she warned, but she was smiling. My phone buzzed, a text from Nora. The coffee offer is real. No drama, no competition. Just sisters if you want. I showed the message to Samantha, who shrugged. Your choice. Always your choice now. I typed back, maybe, but I'm ordering my own drink. The response came quickly. Fair enough, I deserve that. Looking around the boutique, at Mom actually helping instead of controlling, at Dad beaming with pride, at Samantha plotting more mischief. I realized that sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. Sometimes it's simply becoming who you were always meant to be and letting everyone else adjust to that truth. So, I said, straightening my lapels. About those wedding plans.
The crystal champagne flute trembles in my hand as I watch my sister glide down the aisle, her wedding dress worth more than my annual salary. My presence here is a mistake. I know at the moment I catch Mother's glacial stare from the front row. Eden. That's me, the uninvited sister, the family disappointment who dared to show up at Brooke's perfect society wedding. I sink deeper into my seat at the back of the grand ballroom, praying the elaborate flower arrangements will shield me from more hostile glances. Can you believe she had the nerve to come? A stage whisper carries from 2 rows ahead. After what happened with the clinic, I grip Ryan's hand beside me. My husband squeezes back, his silent support the only thing keeping me from fleeing. Our 7-year-old daughter Lily fidgets in her Sunday best, oblivious to the tension crackling through the air like static before a storm. The string quartet transitions to the wedding march. Brooke reaches the altar where her fiancé Daniel waits, both of them picture perfect. Father beams as he gives her away, his pride radiating across the room. The same father who told me 10 years ago that I was dead to him. If anyone objects to this union, speak now or forever hold your peace. The words barely leave the officiant's lips when Mother stands, her designer heels clicking against marble as she turns to face the crowd. Her gaze locks onto mine. I apologize, everyone, but we have an uninvited guest who needs to leave. Her voice carries clearly through the hushed room. Eden, you were explicitly told you are not welcome at family events. This is a private ceremony. 200 faces swivel toward me. Lily shrinks against my side. Mommy, why is Grandma mad? Brooke's perfectly painted lips curve into a smirk. Security, please escort my former sister out. She's trying to ruin my special day as usual. Former sister? Lily's small voice cracks. But Aunt Brooke, I'm not your aunt, dear. Brooke's words slice through the air. Your mother lost the right to call herself family years ago when she betrayed us all. 2 security guards materialize beside our row. Ryan stands, positioning himself between them and me. We're leaving. No need for force. How dare you bring a child into this mess, Eden? Mother's voice drips with venom. Trying to manipulate us with an innocent girl. You haven't changed at all. My cheeks burn as we shuffle past bewildered guests. Lily's hand trembles in mine. The whispers follow us like poison darts. Always was the troubled one. Such a shame what she did to her poor parents. That poor child, having her for a mother. At the ballroom doors, I pause and turn. Brooke stands triumphant at the altar, father and mother flanking her like proud sentries. The perfect family tableau, minus the black sheep daughter they erased. Congratulations, Brooke. My voice carries clearly across the silence. I hope your marriage is built on more honest foundations than the rest of your life. Her smile falters for just a moment. Good. Let her wonder what I know. In the lobby, Lily bursts into tears. Why don't they love us, Mommy? I gather her close, meeting Ryan's worried gaze over her head. He knows what this means. The careful peace I've maintained for years has shattered. They forced my hand by humiliating me in front of my daughter. Some people, sweetheart, aren't capable of real love. I stroke her hair, my resolve hardening with each sob. But that's about to change. 10 years I've stayed away, swallowing their lies. 10 years of watching Brooke build her perfect life on stolen dreams and buried secrets. But seeing my daughter cry, that's the final straw. They want to talk about betrayal? Fine. Time to show them what real betrayal looks like. I've got nothing left to lose and everything to prove. Game on, dear sister, game on. The drive home from Brooke's wedding feels endless. Lily's fallen asleep in the back seat, tear tracks still visible on her cheeks. Ryan's knuckles are white on the steering wheel, and the silence between us stretches like a rubber band about to snap. You shouldn't have gone, he finally says, voice low to avoid waking Lily. We talked about this. I trace the edge of my phone screen, where dozens of social media notifications flash about the incident. They made my daughter cry, Ryan. Our daughter. And whose fault is that? You knew exactly what would happen. He takes the exit toward our neighborhood, his jaw tight. You wanted it to happen. The accusation hits harder than I expect. Maybe because there's truth in it. Pull over. Eden. Pull over, now. He guides the car into an empty parking lot. I step out, needing air that isn't thick with unspoken words. The night air is cool against my flush skin as I pace between faded parking lines. Ryan follows, leaving the car running for Lily. Talk to me, what's really going on? Did you see her face? The way she looked at me? My laugh sounds brittle. Perfect Brooke with her perfect lies. You know what she told everyone about why I was disowned? You never wanted to discuss it before. She told them I stole from the clinic, embezzled money meant for patient care. The words taste like acid. Meanwhile, she's working there now, right alongside father, probably. I stop myself, remembering Ryan doesn't know everything, not yet. He steps closer, concern etched in his features. Probably what? My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. I know what really happened 10 years ago. Meet me tomorrow, 2 p.m. Carson Street Coffee. Eden? Ryan's hand on my shoulder makes me jump. What aren't you telling me? I show him the text. His expression darkens. Could be a trap. Your family might not be my family. I turn back toward the car. Someone at the clinic knows something. Someone who was there when everything fell apart. And you're just going to meet this mysterious person? After what happened today? He catches my arm. Think about Lily. About us. I'm thinking about us. I pull away gently. That's why I need to do this. They humiliated our daughter, Ryan. Made her question everything about who she is, who I am. So this is about revenge? This is about truth. I watch Lily sleeping through the car window, peaceful despite everything. Brooke built her whole life on lies. The clinic, her marriage to Daniel, her reputation, all of it constructed on the ruins of what she took from me. Ryan runs a hand through his hair, a gesture I recognize from a decade of marriage. He's worried, but he's listening. What exactly are you planning? Nothing yet, but if someone's finally willing to talk. I meet his gaze steadily. I need to know if you're with me. Really with me, not just standing on the sidelines while I fight this battle alone. He's quiet for a long moment, studying me. You're different tonight. There's something in your eyes I haven't seen before. Maybe because I finally see things clearly. I step closer, taking his hands. Remember when we first met? You said I was carrying too many ghosts. You were right, but they weren't ghosts, Ryan. They were monsters wearing my family's faces, and I let them haunt me for too long. A car passes, its headlights sweeping across us. In that brief illumination, I see understanding dawn in Ryan's expression. He pulls me into a tight embrace. I'm with you, he whispers against my hair. But we do this smart. We do this right. No more improvised confrontations. Agreed. I breathe in his familiar scent, drawing strength from his solid presence. Tomorrow at the coffee shop, come with me? Watch from a distance. Make sure it's not a setup. Of course. He pulls back, cupping my face. But Eden, promise me something. Whatever we learn, whatever happens, we protect Lily first. Always. Always, I agree, even as part of me whispers that protection sometimes means fighting back. Sometimes means burning everything down to build something better from the ashes. In the car, Lily stirs slightly, murmuring in her sleep. Looking at her, I feel my resolve harden like steel. Brooke and my parents thought they could shame me into disappearing again. Instead, they've given me exactly what I needed. A reason to stop running and start fighting back. Tomorrow, I'll meet my mysterious messenger. Tomorrow, I'll start gathering the matches needed to set this whole facade ablaze. But tonight, I'll hold my daughter and remember why the truth matters more than any comfortable lie. Carson Street Coffee buzzes with afternoon regulars when I spot her. Sarah Chen, our family clinic's former accountant, hunched over a laptop in the corner. Ryan catches my eye from his position at the counter, a silent confirmation that he's watching. I slide into the seat across from Sarah. Her fingers tremble slightly as she closes her laptop. I wasn't sure you'd come. 10 years is a long time to stay quiet. I keep my voice neutral, though my pulse races. Why now? She glances around nervously. Your sister's wedding was all over social media. When I saw what they did to you. She pulls out a USB drive. There's something you need to see. The drive feels impossibly heavy in my palm. What's on it? Financial records. From before you left. Sarah leans forward, lowering her voice. Your father didn't just frame you for embezzlement, Eden. He actively covered up Brooke's mistakes. Massive ones. My coffee arrives. Ryan's subtle way of staying close. Sarah flinches at his approach. The patient death in 2013, she continues once he's gone. Remember? How could I forget? A terminal cancer patient died after receiving experimental treatment. The investigation cleared the clinic, but what about it? Brooke administered the wrong dosage. She wasn't qualified, hadn't even completed her medical training. Your father buried it, paid off the family. Sarah's words hit like physical blows. He used the money he accused you of stealing. The coffee cup rattles against the saucer as I set it down. You have proof. Everything's on that drive, including evidence that Brooke never finished medical school. The credentials she's using at the clinic, all falsified. My throat tightens. Why didn't you come forward back then? Your father threatened my family. My daughter was sick. I needed the insurance. Shame colors her face. But she's grown now, and I saw what happened at the wedding, the way they're still hurting you. My phone buzzes. A text from Brooke. Having coffee with anyone interesting? I look up sharply. Through the window, I catch a glimpse of Daniel's car pulling away. They're watching me, Sarah realizes, panic edging into her voice. I shouldn't have. It's okay. I stand, offering her my arm. Let my husband drive you home. Ryan appears instantly, reading the situation. As he escorts Sarah out, I text Brooke back. Just catching up with old friends. How's married life? Her response is immediate. Stay away from Sarah Chen. Some stories should stay buried. I pocket the USB drive, my mind racing. Another text arrives, from father this time. My office, 1 hour. Come alone or Sarah loses everything. The threat is clear, but something's different now. The trembling in my hands isn't fear, it's anticipation. At the clinic, father's secretary tries to stop me. I brush past her, pushing into his office where he and Brooke wait. That was quick, Brooke says, but her usual smugness wavers. Enough games. I face father across his desk. You want to threaten Sarah? Go ahead. But first, explain something. How many other patients did Brooke kill? The color drains from his face. Brooke steps forward. You don't know what you're talking about. 2013, terminal cancer patient, wrong dosage. I watch their reactions. Ring any bells? You've clearly lost your mind, father starts, but I cut him off. Funny thing about buried secrets. Someone always keeps receipts. I pull out my phone, playing the recording of my conversation with Sarah. Wonder what the medical board would think. Brooke lunges for my phone. I sidestep easily, watching her facade crack. You're bluffing. Try me. I meet father's gaze. You destroyed my life to protect her, framed me for theft, erased me from the family, all to cover up her mistakes. I did what was necessary. His voice is ice. Brooke had potential. You were always difficult. Difficult? I laugh. The sound sharp enough to make them both flinch. I was the only one telling the truth. And now I have proof. What do you want? Brooke demands. I move toward the door, pausing with my hand on the handle. I want you both to know what's coming. Every lie, every cover-up, every patient you've put at risk, it all comes out. And this time? I smile, feeling decades of pain crystallize into purpose. This time, I'm not the one who'll disappear. Their protests follow me out, but I don't look back. In my pocket, the USB drive holds enough truth to burn their perfect world to ash. Let them try to stop me. I'm not that scared little girl anymore. I'm the one they should fear. The USB drive's contents spill across my laptop screen. Financial records, falsified credentials, patient records. Each document adds another brick to the wall of evidence against my family. But it's an email thread between mother and father that makes my hands shake. You need to see this. I turn the screen toward Ryan, who's been pacing our home office. He leans in, scanning the text. His jaw tightens. They knew about the other patients. 3 more deaths, all covered up. My voice sounds distant to my own ears. All blamed on equipment malfunctions or natural causes. The doorbell rings. Through the window, I glimpse Daniel's expensive car in our driveway. Ryan moves toward the door, but I catch his arm. Let me handle this. Daniel looks nothing like the confident man from Brooke's wedding. His tie is loose, dark circles under his eyes. We need to talk, Eden. I lead him to the kitchen, deliberately choosing not to offer him anything. He fidgets with his wedding ring. Brooke told me what you have. He glances toward my laptop. Whatever they're offering you. They? Who's offering me what? The medical board investigators. He runs a hand through disheveled hair. They approached me yesterday, asked about inconsistencies in Brooke's credentials. My pulse quickens, but I keep my expression neutral. I haven't spoken to any investigators. Don't lie to me. His voice cracks. I know what she did. What they all did. I've been reviewing the clinic's records since the wedding. And I can't. He swallows hard. I have evidence too. Things even you don't know about. But if this gets out, it won't just destroy Brooke and your parents. There are other people involved. Good people who are just following orders. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Your daughter's school just received an anonymous tip about possible abuse in your home. CPS has been notified. The room tilts slightly. Daniel notices my reaction. They're desperate, he says quietly. They'll do anything to keep this quiet. They're threatening my daughter. The words come out like ice shards. Let me help you. Daniel leans forward. I can get you money. Enough to disappear. Start fresh somewhere else. Just hand over the evidence. Ryan appears in the doorway, his presence steady. I think you should leave. You don't understand. Daniel stands. They won't stop. Mark's already called in favors with local authorities. They'll fabricate evidence against you, Eden. They'll take Lily. Get out. My voice doesn't shake. Tell my sister and my parents they just made their biggest mistake. After he leaves, Ryan holds me as I shake. Not with fear, but with rage. We need to move fast, he says. If they're involving Lily, no. I pull away, my mind crystallizing around a new plan. We're not running. Call your sister at the newspaper. It's time everyone knew exactly who the Millers really are. Eden. They want to play dirty, fine. I grab my phone, dialing Sarah's number, but they forgot something important. What's that? I learned from the best. I meet his worried gaze. They taught me how to destroy someone's life. Now they get to see how well I paid attention. Sarah answers on the first ring. Eden, they're here. Police with a warrant. Upload everything. Now, every file, every record, every piece of evidence. Send it to the email I gave you. But, trust me. I hang up, turning to Ryan. Call the school, get Lily, then call every reporter your sister knows. In an hour, the Miller family clinic is going to become breaking news. This is it, then. Ryan studies my face. No turning back. I think of Lily, innocent and precious, now a target in their desperate game. Of Sarah, probably being arrested right now. Of every patient who died because of Brooke's lies and my parents' cover-ups. They chose this path. I start typing, preparing the email that will detonate my family's carefully constructed world. I'm just making sure they walk it all the way to the end. As I hit send, watching hundreds of damning documents wing their way to dozens of news outlets, I feel something shift inside me. The scared daughter seeking approval dies. In her place rises someone stronger, someone forged in betrayal and tempered by righteous fury. Let them come for me. I'm ready. The headlines explode across every local news outlet by morning. Miller Family Clinic under investigation. Multiple deaths linked to fraudulent doctor. Prominent family faces criminal charges. I watch the clinic's parking lot from my car, counting the reporters swarming like hungry sharks. Mother emerges first, perfectly composed until camera flashes blind her. She stumbles, mask slipping for just a moment. My phone hasn't stopped buzzing. Missed calls from unknown numbers, text messages ranging from threats to desperate pleas. I ignore them all, waiting. Finally, Brooke appears, Daniel trailing behind her. Even from this distance, I can see she's been crying. Good. A tap on my window makes me jump. Ryan stands outside, expression grim. I roll down the window. The medical board just arrived, he says, and Eden, Sarah's dead. The world stops. What? Car accident last night. They're calling it a suicide. My hands grip the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white. When? Right after the police left her house. Ryan's voice drops. Eden, there's more. The evidence she uploaded, most of it's corrupted. They got to the servers somehow. A bitter laugh escapes me. Of course they did. We should go home. This isn't safe. Mrs. Miller. A reporter spots me, and suddenly they're all running toward my car. I start the engine, but not before catching Brooke's expression as she realizes I'm here. For a moment, our eyes meet across the parking lot. She mouths something, not a threat or a plea, just 2 words. I'm sorry. The drive home is silent. Ryan keeps glancing at me, waiting for the breakdown that won't come. Sarah's death should devastate me, should make me question everything. Instead, it hardens something inside me. We find Mother sitting in our living room. How did you get in? Ryan demands, moving protectively in front of me. I raised her. Mother's voice is eerily calm. I still have her spare key from when she was young. Get out, I say, but she raises her hand, revealing a familiar USB drive. Looking for this? She sets it on the coffee table. Your father says hello, by the way. He's meeting with the board right now, explaining how his troubled daughter fabricated evidence to destroy her sister out of jealousy. Sarah's dead. Yes. She doesn't even flinch. Tragic. Depression is a terrible thing. You killed her. Prove it. She stands, smoothing her expensive skirt. Like you'll need to prove all your other accusations, now that the evidence is gone. Your father's lawyers are very good at their jobs. Ryan steps forward, but I catch his arm. Let her talk. We're willing to be generous, Eden. Mother's smile doesn't reach her eyes. Leave town. Take your family somewhere far away. We'll provide enough money to start fresh. Or stay and watch everything you love burn. She moves toward the door. Lily's such a sweet child. It would be awful if Child Protective Services found evidence of abuse, or if Ryan's newspaper suddenly discovered financial irregularities in his records. You're threatening a child? Ryan's voice shakes with rage. Your own granddaughter? I'm protecting my family. Mother pauses at the door. You have 24 hours to decide. Choose wisely. After she leaves, Ryan holds me as I shake, not with fear or grief, but with a cold fury that threatens to consume me. We can't let them win, he whispers. We won't. I pull away, moving to my laptop. Sarah may be gone, but she wasn't the only one with evidence. Eden. They killed her, Ryan. They'll destroy us if we run. My fingers fly across the keyboard, accessing encrypted files I've been gathering for weeks. But they forgot something important about cornered animals. What's that? I turn the screen toward him, showing dozens of audio recordings, surveillance photos, and backed-up documents. a parallel investigation I've been running alongside Sarah's. They fight hardest when they have nothing left to lose. I start composing emails to every major news outlet in the country. Mother wants to play games with my daughter's safety. Fine. Let's see how she likes it when the whole world knows exactly what kind of monster she really is. This could backfire spectacularly, Ryan warns. Probably. I hit send, watching the emails disappear into cyberspace. But I'm done playing by their rules. The first national news alert pings on my phone minutes later. The war has begun, and this time, I'm not fighting to expose the truth. I'm fighting to destroy them completely. The police arrive at 3 a.m. I watch from our bedroom window as they lead Ryan away in handcuffs, their accusations echoing in the quiet street. Fraud, embezzlement, conspiracy. All fabricated, all perfectly crafted to destroy him. Lily sleeps through it, thank God. I stand in her doorway afterward, watching her peaceful breathing, knowing I caused this. My phone vibrates, father's number. Satisfied? His voice carries decades of practiced authority. This is just the beginning, Eden. Walk away now, or tomorrow it's your daughter's school calling with concerns about her home life. I end the call without speaking. My hands shake as I pack Lily's overnight bag. Clothes, her favorite stuffed animal, the photo album she loves. Ryan's sister Claire arrives within the hour. It's just for a few days, I tell Lily when she wakes, confused and frightened, like a vacation with Aunt Claire. But what about Daddy? What about you? I hold her tight, breathing in her familiar scent. We'll fix everything, I promise. After they leave, the house feels like a tomb. I pour myself a drink, but before I can take a sip, someone pounds on the front door. Brooke stands on my porch, mascara streaked down her face. They're going to kill you. What? She pushes past me, frantically checking windows and doors. I heard them talking. Father hired someone. They're making it look like a break-in gone wrong. Why are you telling me this? Because Sarah was my friend too. Her voice cracks. And I can't have another death on my conscience. I study my sister, really look at her for the first time in years. The perfect facade has crumbled, revealing someone as broken as I am. Daniel left me, she continues. The medical board revoked my license. Everything's falling apart and they don't even care. They're just worried about protecting themselves. Like they always have been. She grabs my arm. You need to run. Now. Take what you can and... Headlights sweep across the windows. Brooke freezes. They're here. Get out the back, I tell her, already moving toward my laptop. I need 2 minutes. Eden, go. As she slips away, I quickly upload everything I have to multiple secure servers. The front door splinters under heavy boots just as I hit send. 2 men enter, faces obscured. Professional, clinical. I recognize the look, the same cold efficiency Father always praised in his business dealings. Mrs. Collins. The taller one approaches slowly. This can be easy or hard, your choice. I back away, buying seconds as the files upload. My father sent his regards. The Millers send their condolences about your tragic accident. A noise from the kitchen makes them turn. Brooke stands there, phone raised. I'm live streaming. Everything. The men hesitate. In that moment, I lunge for the front door, but the shorter one catches me. Pain explodes across my face as he strikes me. Through blurred vision, I see Brooke tackle him. Run! I stumble into the street, blood in my mouth, ears ringing. Behind me, glass shatters. A scream, Brooke's or mine, I'm not sure. Neighbors' lights flick on. A car starts somewhere. The men emerge from my house, walking unhurried to their vehicle, professional to the end. I find Brooke unconscious in my kitchen, her phone crushed nearby, but she's breathing, and as sirens wail in the distance, she stirs. Did you get it? She mumbles. The evidence? Yes. I help her sit up, noting the bruises already forming. Why did you come back? Because I remember. She touches her split lip gingerly. Before they turned us against each other. I remember when you were my big sister and I miss that person. The sirens grow closer. Soon there will be questions, statements, more lies from our parents. Ryan's still in jail. Lily's away. Everything I've built lies in ruins around me. But Brooke's words echo in my head. Big sister. Something shifts inside me. Not forgiveness, not yet, but understanding. We were both victims of our parents' manipulation, turned against each other for their benefit. We have to end this, I say, as red and blue lights paint my kitchen walls. Not just expose them, destroy them completely. Brooke meets my gaze, and for the first time in decades, I see my sister instead of my enemy. Together, I take her hand, feeling the weight of all our shared scars and separate wounds. Together. The police arrive to find us like that, bloodied but unbowed, finally united against the real monsters in our story. Let our parents think they've won. Their perfect family fantasy is about to become their worst nightmare. The Miller Family Clinic's annual charity gala becomes our battlefield. Brooke and I move through the crowd separately, watching our parents work the room like nothing's wrong, like they didn't try to have me killed last week. Mrs. Collins, a board member, catches my arm. Surprised to see you here, given the circumstances. I smile, channeling Mother's perfect social mask. I wouldn't miss it. Across the room, Father takes the podium. Welcome, everyone. Tonight we celebrate 30 years of serving our community. Brooke signals from near the AV booth. Everything's ready. I check my phone. Ryan's lawyer confirms the charges are dropped, the real evidence of financial manipulation traced back to Father's accounts. And now, Father continues, I'd like to share a video highlighting our clinic's achievements. The lights dim, but instead of the planned presentation, security footage fills the screen. Father in his office, counting cash, Mother threatening Sarah, patient records being altered, each clip dated, documented, damning. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Father fumbles with the microphone, but his voice is drowned out by the audio of him ordering the hit on me. Turn it off, Mother shrieks, but Brooke holds the door to the AV booth closed. Why? I step forward, my voice carrying across the stunned silence. Isn't this what we're celebrating? 30 years of fraud, corruption, and murder. Security, Father bellows, but the officers I hired stand firm. They work for me tonight. I move closer to the podium. Just like the private investigators who've been watching you, the forensic accountants tracking your bribes, the lawyers building cases for every family you've destroyed. Mother lunges for me, her carefully maintained composure shattering. You ungrateful... Careful, Mother. Brooke emerges from the crowd. The press is recording. Indeed, cameras flash as reporters, invited anonymously, capture every moment. You planned this together? Father's face contorts with rage. My own daughters. Your daughters? I laugh, the sound sharp as broken glass. You tried to kill me last week. You framed my husband. You threatened my child. Everything I did was to protect this family. He grabs my arm, fingers digging in painfully. Let her go. Brooke's voice carries steel. Or I tell them about Jason. Father freezes. What? The patient from 2011. Brooke meets his gaze steadily. The one whose death you blamed on equipment failure. Except it wasn't the equipment, was it? It was you, trying to cover up a mistake that would have cost you everything. You knew, Mother whispers. I found the real records. Brooke's hands shake slightly. The ones you kept to blackmail the manufacturer. That's when I realized you never protected me because you loved me. You did it because you needed someone under your control. Police officers enter the ballroom, real ones this time. Father sees them and shoves me aside, making a break for the exit. He doesn't make it 3 steps before Daniel, my unexpected ally, trips him. Father sprawls across the marble floor as handcuffs click into place. Mark Miller. The detective reads his rights while Mother screams and fights her own arrest. You're charged with conspiracy to commit murder, fraud. The list continues, but I'm not listening. I'm watching my parents' perfect world crumble. their masks finally shattered beyond repair. Brooke touches my arm. You okay? No. I watch Mother being led away, still shrieking about ungrateful children. But I will be. Eden, Father calls out as they reach the door. You'll regret this. Everything we built was built on lies. I meet his eyes one last time. Goodbye, Father. Later, as reporters swarm and police gather evidence, Brooke and I sit in the empty ballroom. What happens now? She asks. Ryan comes home. The clinic gets new management. Our parents face justice. I study my sister's profile, seeing both the girl she was and the woman she's becoming. And we learn who we are without their shadows over us. Together. I take her hand, feeling decades of manipulation and rivalry dissolve. But first, I need to go home to my daughter. We walk out of the clinic for the last time, leaving behind the wreckage of our parents' empire. Their perfect family fantasy lies in ruins, but something real and honest might grow from the ashes. Sometimes revenge isn't about destroying everything. Sometimes it's about clearing the ground so truth can finally take root. The courtroom empties slowly after the verdict. 25 years for father, 18 for mother. Justice served in cold, precise numbers. I remain seated watching them being led away, neither looking back at the daughters they destroyed and rebuilt. Brooke touches my shoulder. Ready? Almost. I gather my things, fingers brushing the locket Mother always wore. Now evidence of her crimes, the hidden compartment containing proof of bribes and threats. Outside, reporters wait with hungry cameras. Ryan shields Lily from their questions while Daniel handles the press statement. My daughter's small hand finds mine, anchoring me to what matters most. Aunt Brooke says we're moving to the clinic house, Lily says as we walk to the car. The big one with the garden? Yes. I exchange glances with my sister. The irony doesn't escape us. The family estate, purchased with tainted money, now transformed into a recovery center for victims of medical malpractice. But first, there's somewhere we need to go. We drive to Sarah's grave, where fresh flowers already rest against the headstone. A note from her daughter reads, "Justice for Mom." I keep thinking, Brooke says quietly, about all the moments we could have chosen differently, all the times we could have helped each other instead of becoming their weapons. I finish. She nods. Lily places her own flower, a dandelion picked from a crack in the sidewalk. Simple, pure, everything our childhood wasn't. Back home, I find Ryan in our study, reviewing patient files from the clinic. The board approved the restructuring, he says. We can start accepting new cases next month. And the trust fund? Set up for the victims' families. He pulls me close. You did it, Eden. You broke the cycle. But victory tastes different than I imagined. In my desk drawer, unopened, sits a letter from Mother, delivered by her lawyer after sentencing. Beside it, Father's signet ring, returned by the evidence clerk. What troubles you? Ryan asks, noticing my hesitation. I thought revenge would feel like winning. I sink into a chair. Instead, it feels like carrying their ghosts. A noise from the hallway draws our attention. Brooke stands there, Daniel behind her, both looking uncertain. The contractor found something in Father's office wall, Daniel says. Hidden compartment. You should see this. The manila envelope he hands me contains photographs, dozens of them. Me and Brooke as children, caught in rare moments of sisterly affection, playing in the garden, sharing secrets, laughing. He kept them, Brooke whispers. All this time he kept proof that we were once real, I finish, before they made us into their perfect lies. The last photo shows us at my 10th birthday, before everything changed, before competition and manipulation poisoned our bond. Two sisters, arms linked, facing the world together. Eden, Lily calls from downstairs. Aunt Brooke, the ice cream's melting. We share a look, my sister and I, understanding passing between us without words. We can't reclaim those innocent girls in the photographs, but maybe we can honor them by protecting the next generation from similar scars. "Coming, sweetheart," I call back, tucking the photos away. Not hidden this time, but preserved. A reminder of what was lost and what might still be saved. In the kitchen, Lily orchestrates an elaborate ice cream sundae assembly line, directing Daniel with the serious authority of a 7-year-old dessert expert. Ryan documents the chaos on his phone, while Brooke, accidentally on purpose, gets chocolate sauce on her designer blouse. This is my victory, I realize. Not the courtroom triumph or the public vindication, but this, a family built on choice rather than obligation. Love freely given instead of weaponized. Mother's unopened letter can wait. Father's ring will gather dust. Their power over us died not with exposure or imprisonment, but in this moment, watching my daughter teach my sister how to make the perfect sundae, everyone laughing as whipped cream goes everywhere. "Mom," Lily waves me over, "you're missing everything." I join them, accepting the sticky spoon my daughter offers. The past will always echo, but its power fades with each genuine smile, each chosen connection, each moment we decide to be more than our scars. Sometimes the sweetest revenge is simply living well, surrounded by the love our parents never understood how to give.
The first time I truly felt like an outsider in my own family wasn't at a celebration or holiday gathering. It was at my beloved Aunt Lillian's funeral. Standing alone beneath the massive oak tree that shadowed her casket, I watched my cousins huddle together, their designer black dresses and suits a stark contrast to my simple thrift store ensemble. My name is Callie, and I've spent 31 years trying to belong in a family that treats wealth like oxygen, essential for survival. The irony? Aunt Lillian was the only one who ever made me feel like I belonged. "Look who decided to show up." Camilla's voice cut through the somber atmosphere as she approached, Quinn and Derek trailing behind her like perfectly trained show dogs. "I'm surprised you could take time away from your little charity project." I straightened my spine, forcing a polite smile. "It's a women's shelter, Camilla, and Aunt Lillian volunteered there too." "Please," Derek scoffed, adjusting his Italian silk tie. Aunt Lillian would never step foot in such a place. She had standards. The memory of Aunt Lillian quietly sorting donations and counseling abuse survivors flashed through my mind, but I kept it to myself. She'd always asked me to keep her volunteer work private, away from her judgmental children. "The lawyer's waiting," Quinn announced, checking her phone. "We should head to the reading." I took a step forward, but Camilla's manicured hand shot out, stopping me. "Oh, honey, didn't anyone tell you? The reading is for immediate family only." "I am immediate family," I protested, heat rising to my cheeks. "Aunt Lillian was my mother's sister." "Yes, but we all know how Aunt Lillian felt about your branch of the family tree." Derek smirked. "Always the black sheep, weren't you?" Quinn at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. "It's just, the lawyer was very specific about who should attend. We wouldn't want to waste anyone's time," Camilla added, her smile sharp as a knife. "I mean, what could Aunt Lillian possibly leave to someone who spends their days serving soup to homeless people?" I watched them walk away, their expensive shoes clicking against the cemetery path. An elderly woman who'd been standing nearby approached me, her kind eyes filled with concern. "I couldn't help but overhear," she said softly. "I'm Margaret. I worked with Lillian at the country club." "Nice to meet you," I managed, trying to swallow the lump in my throat. "Your aunt spoke about you often," Margaret continued, surprising me. "She was so proud of your work at the shelter, said you were the only one who understood what really mattered in life." Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. A text from Chelsea, the shelter's director. "Need you at the center ASAP. Important news about Lillian." I glanced at my cousin's retreating backs, then back at my phone. Something in my gut told me this was important. "Thank you, Margaret," I said, squeezing her hand. "You have no idea how much I needed to hear that today." As I walked to my car, a reliable but ancient Honda Civic that stuck out like a sore thumb among the luxury vehicles, I heard Camilla's laugh echo across the cemetery. 10 years ago, that sound would have made me shrink into myself. Today, it just made me sad. "You know what's funny?" I heard Derek say to his sisters. She actually thought she'd be included in the will reading. As if Aunt Lillian would leave anything to someone who couldn't even afford a proper funeral outfit. I slid into my car, hands gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. The last time I'd seen Aunt Lillian, just days before she passed, she'd held my hand and whispered, "Patience, dear one. Everything will make sense soon." Starting my car, I took one last look at the cemetery. My cousins had disappeared into their chauffeured car, probably heading to the lawyer's office to divide up what they saw as their rightful inheritance. They had no idea that Aunt Lillian had visited the shelter every Tuesday for the past 5 years, working quietly alongside me to help women rebuild their lives. They had no idea about a lot of things. My phone buzzed again. Another message from Chelsea. "Found something Lillian left for you. You're going to want to see this." I put the car in drive, leaving behind the cemetery and my cousin's cruel laughter. Aunt Lillian always said timing was everything, and something told me she had one last lesson to teach about patience, karma, and the true meaning of family legacy. As I merged onto the highway, heading toward the shelter, I couldn't help but smile. Maybe being an outsider wasn't such a bad thing after all. Sometimes it gives you the perfect vantage point to see what others miss. The women's shelter stood in stark contrast to the mansions my cousins called home. A modest 3-story building with fading paint and a small garden out front. But unlike those cold marble halls, this place radiated warmth. As I walked through the front door, the familiar scent of coffee and fresh-baked cookies wrapped around me like a hug. "There you are." Chelsea rushed forward, her gray curls bouncing. "How was the funeral?" "About as pleasant as you'd expect," I said, hanging up my coat. My cousins made sure to remind me of my place in the family hierarchy. Before Chelsea could respond, Maria, one of our regular volunteers, poked her head out of the kitchen. "Is it true about Miss Lillian? She really passed away?" I nodded, and Maria's eyes welled up with tears. "But she was just here last week, helping me organize the donation closet." Chelsea shot me a knowing look. Most of the women here had no idea she was from Money. She'd show up in her gardening clothes, insisting on being called just Lillian. "That's because the real Lillian wasn't the society woman my cousins thought they knew," I said, following Chelsea to her office. "Remember how she used to bring those incredible homemade cookies? And tell everyone they were store-bought because she didn't want to seem like she was showing off." Chelsea laughed, then grew serious. "Which makes what I'm about to show you even more important." She unlocked her desk drawer and pulled out a sealed envelope. "She dropped this off last month. Made me promise not to give it to you until after she was gone." My hands trembled as I took the envelope. Aunt Lillian's elegant handwriting spelled out my name on the front. "She came to see me that day," Chelsea said softly. "Told me she'd been diagnosed with terminal cancer 6 months earlier. Said she had some loose ends to tie up." I sank into the chair across from Chelsea's desk, the envelope heavy in my hands. "She never told any of us she was sick." "Open it," Chelsea urged. She was very specific about the timing. Just then, a commotion erupted in the hallway. 2 women were arguing, their voices rising. Chelsea sighed. "I should handle this. Take your time with the letter." Alone in the office, I traced my finger over Aunt Lillian's handwriting, remembering the first time she'd caught me volunteering here 5 years ago. "I thought I recognized that laugh," she'd said, standing in the doorway in old jeans and a faded sweater. "Don't look so scared, dear. I'm not here to tell tales to the family." That day, she'd rolled up her sleeves and helped me sort donations for 3 hours. It became our secret Tuesday ritual. The black sheep and the family matriarch, working side by side to help women rebuild their lives. Taking a deep breath, I broke the seal and unfolded the letter. "My dearest Callie, if you're reading this, I've already passed. Don't waste time mourning. We both know I lived exactly as I chose to. What matters now is ensuring my legacy continues in the right hands. By now, my children and your cousins will be gathering for the reading of my official will. Let them. What they don't know is that 3 months ago, I made some significant changes to my estate planning. The shelter's building deed is enclosed with this letter. I purchased it last year when the previous owners threatened to sell. It's yours now, along with an endowment to ensure its continued operation. There's more, but that will become clear soon enough. You alone understood what I've known all along. that true wealth isn't measured in dollars, but in the lives we touch. While the others were chasing status at country clubs, you were here, helping women find their strength. Don't reveal anything yet. Let the official reading proceed. Sometimes the best lessons come from unexpected moments. All my love, Aunt Lillian. P.S. Check the cookie jar in the kitchen. I left my secret recipe there last week. Those women deserve the real thing, not store-bought substitutes. My vision blurred with tears as I pulled out the property deed. Chelsea knocked softly before entering. "You okay?" she asked, closing the door behind her. I handed her the letter, watching her eyes widen as she read. "Oh my God," she whispered. "She bought the building? She knew the shelter was at risk," I said, wiping my eyes. All those times she was organizing the donation closet, she was actually planning this. My phone buzzed. A text from Quinn. "We'll reading tomorrow at 2. Not that it matters to you." Chelsea handed the letter back, squeezing my shoulder. "What are you going to do?" I tucked the letter and deed safely in my bag, thinking of Aunt Lillian's words about unexpected moments and lessons. "First," I said, standing up, "I'm going to check that cookie jar. Then I'm going to do exactly what Aunt Lillian asked. Wait for the right moment to show them who she really was and what family really means." Back home in my small apartment, I spread Aunt Lillian's documents across my kitchen table. The property deed was just the beginning. Tucked inside the envelope, I found a USB drive, bank statements, and another sealed letter marked, "Read after the will." My hands shook as I plugged the USB drive into my laptop. A single video file appeared, dated just 2 months ago. Aunt Lillian's face filled the screen, looking tired but determined. "Hello, dear." Her voice rang clear through my speakers. "If you're watching this, you've already found the deed. But there's more to tell you." I paused the video, needing a moment. Even through the screen, her presence felt so real it hurt. My phone buzzed again. Camilla this time. "Hope you're not too disappointed about missing tomorrow's reading. Though really, what did you expect?" I hit play again. "The lawyers will read a will tomorrow that my children and your cousins expect," Aunt Lillian continued. "They'll squabble over the house, the cars, the jewelry, all the things they think matter. But my real will, the one that matters, was filed last month." She leaned closer to the camera, her eyes fierce. "I've watched them all these years, Callie. Watched how they treated you, how they chased status while you built something meaningful. The shelter isn't just a building. It's hope for women who need it most. And you're the only one who truly understands that." A knock at my door made me jump. Through the peephole, I saw Quinn standing in the hallway, shifting nervously. "I know you're home," she called out. "Your car's outside." I closed my laptop and opened the door. "Quinn, what are you doing here?" She brushed past me into the apartment, her designer perfume overwhelming in my small space. I wanted to make sure you understood about tomorrow. It's not personal." "Isn't it?" I gestured to my couch. "Want to sit?" She perched on the edge, looking uncomfortable. "Derek and Camilla think it's better if you're not there. They're worried you might make a scene." "When have I ever made a scene, Quinn?" She had the grace to look embarrassed. "Look, we all know Aunt Lillian was different in her last years. Started acting strange, volunteering at that shelter. Derek thinks she wasn't thinking clearly." I thought of the sharp, determined woman in the video. She knew exactly what she was doing. Did she, though? Quinn stood up, pacing. She used to take us shopping, buy us whatever we wanted. Then suddenly she's wearing old clothes and hanging out in some charity shelter? That's not normal. Maybe she found something more meaningful than shopping. Quinn stopped pacing, her eyes landing on the papers spread across my table. "What's all that?" I quickly gathered them up. "Just work stuff. Right. Your important shelter work." She headed for the door, then paused. "You know, Camilla's already talking about selling the shelter building. Says the land's worth millions to developers." My heart raced, but I kept my face neutral. "Is that so?" "Just don't get your hopes up about anything, okay? It's better that way." She left, closing the door softly behind her. I returned to my laptop, hitting play on Aunt Lillian's video. "I've left everything to you, Callie," she continued. "The house, the investments, everything. But most importantly, I've left you my truth. Let them have their reading tomorrow. Let them show who they really are. Then, when the time is right, show them who I really was." The video ended. I opened the final letter with trembling fingers. "My dearest Callie, by now they've shown their true colors at the reading. Remember, real strength isn't in attacking, but in standing firm in your truth. The official papers are with my lawyer, Sandra Mills. She'll contact you after tomorrow's charade. The shelter is yours, protected and endowed. The rest, well, let's just say your cousins are in for quite a surprise. Use it wisely, dear one. Show them what real family legacy looks like. All my love, Aunt Lillian." I folded the letter carefully, thinking of Quinn's words about selling the shelter, of Camilla's smugness, of Derek's certainty about who Aunt Lillian was. My phone buzzed one last time. A text from an unknown number. "This is Sandra Mills. Meeting tomorrow after the reading? 4 p.m. at my office. Bring the letters and USB drive." I texted back a simple yes, then gathered all of Aunt Lillian's documents into a secure folder. Tomorrow, my cousins would gather to divide what they thought was their inheritance. They had no idea that Aunt Lillian had orchestrated the perfect lesson about karma, justice, and the true meaning of wealth. For now, though, I had a batch of cookies to bake. After all, I had her secret recipe, and the women at the shelter deserved something special. I sat in my car outside the law office, watching my cousins arrive in their luxury vehicles. Through the large windows, I could see them gathering in the conference room, already arguing about something. Even from here, I could read Camilla's animated gestures. She was probably laying claim to Aunt Lillian's art collection. My phone lit up with a text from Chelsea. "The vultures circling yet?" "You have no idea," I replied, then added a photo of Derek dramatically pounding the conference table. I wasn't supposed to be here, but I needed to see this play out. Parking around the corner had given me a perfect view of the show. The lawyer, Mr. Patterson, entered the room with a thin folder, the will they were expecting. My phone rang. Sandra Mills. "Are you watching?" she asked without preamble. "From my car. They're about to start." "Good. Stay there. I want you to see their reactions when they realize that folder contains nothing but a letter." Inside, Mr. Patterson opened the folder. Even from here, I could see Camilla's face redden as he began to read. She shot up from her chair, snatching the paper from his hands. "This is it?" Her voice carried through the glass. "One page? This can't be everything." Quinn pressed her hands to her face while Derek paced the room like a caged animal. I cracked my window to hear better. "This is the only will we have on file," Mr. Patterson said calmly. "It simply states that all matters regarding the estate will be handled by another attorney, Sandra Mills." "Who the hell is Sandra Mills?" Derek's voice boomed. "I've never heard of her," Quinn whispered. "Why would Aunt Lillian do this?" Camilla pulled out her phone, probably Googling Sandra's name. "This doesn't make sense. The house alone is worth millions. The art collection, the investments, where is all of that?" "Perhaps," Mr. Patterson suggested. "You should contact Ms. Mills." "I'm calling our family lawyer," Derek announced. "This is ridiculous. We'll contest it." My phone buzzed again. Sandra. "Time for phase 2. Meet me at my office now." I started my car just as Camilla stormed out of the building, mascara running down her cheeks. She was so focused on her phone, she didn't even notice me driving past. Sandra's office was across town, in a modest building, nothing like the gleaming tower my cousins were leaving. She greeted me with a warm smile and ushered me into her office. "Right on schedule," she said, checking her watch. "They should be calling any—" Her phone rang. She put it on speaker. "Sandra Mills speaking. This is Derek. What kind of game are you playing? Where's our aunt's real will?" "Mr. Hudson, I've been expecting your call. Would you like to schedule a meeting? We demand to know what's going on." Camilla's voice cut in. "We're her children." "Of course," Sandra replied smoothly. "I'm free at 4 p.m. today. Will you all be attending?" "We'll be there with our lawyer," Derek snapped. "Wonderful. Oh, and please be aware, your cousin Callie will be joining us." The line went silent for a moment before Quinn spoke. Callie, what does she have to do with this? Everything will be explained at 4 p.m. See you then. She hung up, turning to me with a twinkle in her eye. Your aunt was right about them. Now, let's prepare. They'll try to paint you as a manipulator who took advantage of a confused old woman. But we have the video, I reminded her, and the letters, and the shelter's documentation, and 5 years of witnesses who saw her volunteer work. Sandra pulled out a thick folder. Your aunt spent months preparing for this. She wanted to teach them a lesson, yes, but she also wanted to protect you. I don't care about the money, I said quietly. I just want to protect her legacy. The money is part of her legacy, Sandra corrected me. And she trusted you to use it wisely. My phone chimed with a group text from my cousins, Derek. Whatever you did to manipulate Aunt Lillian will expose you. Camilla, hope you're happy with yourself. This isn't over. Quinn, how could you do this to us? Sandra read the messages over my shoulder and smiled. They still think this is about them. Shall we show them what it's really about? I thought of Aunt Lillian's video, her letters, her quiet work at the shelter. Yes, I said. It's time they met the real Aunt Lillian. We spent the next hour reviewing documents and preparing for the storm that was coming. At 3:55, Sandra's receptionist buzzed. They're here, all three, plus their lawyer. I took a deep breath, touching the locket Aunt Lillian had given me last Christmas. Inside was a tiny note that read, Sometimes the greatest gift is showing people who they really are. Ready? Sandra asked, standing. I nodded, straightening my spine. Let's finish what Aunt Lillian started. The conference room crackled with tension as my cousins filed in, their lawyer trailing behind them. Camilla's eyes narrowed when she saw me, while Derek made a show of adjusting his expensive cufflinks. Quinn wouldn't look at me at all. Let's get straight to the point. Their lawyer started, but Sandra held up her hand. Before we begin, we have something you need to see. She set up a laptop on the conference table. This video was recorded by Lillian 2 months ago. Objection. Their lawyer interrupted. We have no way to verify. The video is time-stamped and notarized. Sandra replied calmly, hitting play. Aunt Lillian's face appeared on screen, and Quinn gasped. She looked healthier here than in her final days, but the determination in her eyes was unmistakable. My dear children, she began, if you're watching this, you've already discovered that my will isn't what you expected. You're probably angry, confused, maybe even planning to contest it. Derek shifted uncomfortably in his chair. For years, I've watched you chase status and wealth, treating kindness as weakness and compassion as foolishness. You mocked your cousin Callie for working at a shelter, never knowing I worked alongside her every Tuesday. That's ridiculous, Camilla scoffed. Mom would never... Check my calendar, Aunt Lillian continued, as if anticipating the interruption. Every Tuesday for 5 years. Ask the women at the shelter. While you were at country club luncheons, I was serving soup and counseling abuse survivors. Quinn's face had gone pale. The gardening clothes, she whispered. You said she was going through a strange phase. I've left everything to Callie, Aunt Lillian announced, because she alone understood what real wealth is. The shelter, the house, the investments, all of it. Not out of spite, but because I trust her to use it wisely. This is preposterous. Their lawyer sputtered. Clearly she was being manipulated. Sandra pulled out a thick folder. I have 5 years of documented volunteer hours, witness statements, and medical evaluations proving Lillian was of sound mind when she made these decisions. She was our mother. Derek slammed his hand on the table. Everything was supposed to go to us. Play the rest, I said quietly. It was the first time I'd spoken. Aunt Lillian's voice filled the room again. But I'm offering you one chance. Callie has instructions to set up a charitable foundation. If you choose to participate, to truly understand the work we do, you can each have a role. The choice is yours. Continue fighting over money or help build something meaningful. The video ended. Silence filled the room. This is your doing, Camilla pointed at me, mascara smearing again. You turned her against us. Did I? I pulled out my phone, scrolling through photos. Here's Aunt Lillian last Christmas, serving dinner at the shelter. Here she is helping a woman move into her first apartment after leaving her abuser. Here she is teaching a financial literacy class to survivors. Quinn grabbed the phone, swiping through pictures with trembling hands. Why didn't she tell us? Would you have listened? I asked gently. Or would you have done exactly what you're doing now? Assume someone manipulated her? The will is ironclad, Sandra added. You can contest it, but you'll lose. And you'll spend years in court while the Foundation's work continues without you. Derek stood up abruptly. This is absurd. Come on, we're leaving. But Quinn stayed seated, still staring at my phone. Wait, she said. I want to see the shelter. Quinn, Camilla hissed. Don't fall for this. Fall for what? Quinn's voice cracked. Mom spent 5 years living a whole life we knew nothing about. Don't you want to know why? The Foundation meeting is tomorrow at 10 a.m., Sandra said. At the shelter. Anyone who wants to understand Lillian's legacy is welcome to attend. Derek grabbed his suit jacket. This isn't over. Come on, Quinn. But Quinn handed me back my phone, her eyes meeting mine for the first time. I'll be there tomorrow. You're choosing her over us? Camilla's voice rose to a shriek. No, Quinn stood up. I'm choosing to find out who Mom really was. After they left, Sandra turned to me. That went exactly as your aunt predicted. She said Quinn would be the first to understand. I nodded, thinking of the last photo on my phone. Aunt Lillian and me, covered in flour from baking cookies, laughing at the shelter's kitchen. The real her, the one they never knew. The Foundation meeting tomorrow, I said. Do you think any of them will actually come? Sandra gathered her papers. Your aunt said to have the cookies ready, just in case. She was usually right about these things. I touched the locket again, smiling. Then I better get baking. I have a recipe after all. At 9:55 the next morning, I arranged Aunt Lillian's cookies on a plate in the shelter's meeting room. Chelsea helped me set up chairs while shooting nervous glances at the door. Are you sure about this? She asked. After yesterday, they might show up with an army of lawyers. Then we'll offer the lawyers cookies too, I said, adjusting the photo display we'd created. Dozens of pictures of Aunt Lillian at the shelter, helping women rebuild their lives. At exactly 10 a.m., Quinn walked in alone. She'd traded her usual designer outfit for jeans and a simple sweater. Her eyes were red like she'd been crying. I brought coffee, she said awkwardly, holding up a carrier. I remembered, in the photos, Mom always had a coffee cup in her hand. French vanilla with extra cream. Chelsea smiled. That was her favorite. I didn't know that, Quinn whispered, setting down the coffee. I didn't know anything. Before I could respond, the door opened again. Camilla stood there, looking uncomfortable in 4-inch heels. This doesn't mean I accept any of this, she announced. I'm just here to protect our interests. Have a cookie, I offered, holding out the plate. Aunt Lillian's recipe. Camilla started to refuse, then froze. Wait, these are her Christmas cookies. The ones she stopped making years ago because she said she was too busy. She made them here every week, Chelsea said. Said the women needed something that tasted like home. Camilla sank into a chair, taking a cookie with trembling hands. Quinn sat beside her, passing her a coffee. Derek's not coming, Quinn said quietly. He's meeting with lawyers about contesting the will. Let me show you something, I said, pulling out Aunt Lillian's volunteer log. Every Tuesday for 5 years. She never missed a day, even when she was sick. Sick? Camilla's head snapped up. What do you mean, sick? The door opened again, and Maria walked in with several other shelter residents. Is it true? Maria asked. About Miss Lillian leaving everything to the shelter? Not exactly, I explained. She left everything to a foundation that will support the shelter and expand its services. She helped me get my GED, one woman spoke up, tutored me every week for months. She taught me how to budget. Another added, "Help me open my first bank account." Quinn was crying openly now. "Why didn't she tell us?" "Because you wouldn't have understood," a familiar voice said from the doorway. We all turned to see Margaret from the funeral, the country club worker. I helped her keep her secret. She changed clothes in my office before coming here. "But why?" Camilla demanded. "We're her children. She could have told us. Remember when I started volunteering here?" I asked gently. "You all mocked me, called it a waste of time, said I was embarrassing the family." "We were wrong," Quinn whispered. Camilla stood up abruptly. "This is ridiculous. She was our mother. Everything she had should have gone to us, not some charity case." "Is that what you think this is?" Chelsea asked, her voice sharp. "Come with me." She led us to the shelter's kitchen, where a plaque hung on the wall. It read, "The Lillian Hudson Teaching Kitchen, where women learn to feed their souls." "Your mother funded this kitchen last year," Chelsea explained. "Said every woman deserves a place to create something beautiful." "She spent her money on this?" Camilla gestured around. "Instead of us?" "No," I corrected her. "She invested in changing lives, including yours if you'll let her." "The foundation meeting," Quinn said suddenly. "What exactly does it involve?" I pulled out Aunt Lillian's final plan. Blueprints for expanding the shelter, adding a daycare center, creating job training programs. She wanted it to be a family legacy, I explained, but a different kind than you're used to. "I want in," Quinn said firmly. "I want to understand who she really was." Camilla stared at the cookie in her hand, then at the women gathered around us. Women whose lives Aunt Lillian had touched. "She really came here every week?" she asked softly. Maria nodded. Rain or shine, said it was the best part of her week. Camilla's phone buzzed, probably Derek with updates from the lawyers. She silenced it without looking. "Show me everything," she said finally. "Show me what she did here." I caught Chelsea's eye and smiled. Aunt Lillian had predicted this too, in her final letter. "They'll fight it at first, but give them time. Show them what real wealth looks like. The cookies will help. Some lessons are best taught with a little sweetness." I picked up the shelter's volunteer log and opened it to a fresh page. "Who wants to sign up for Tuesday shifts?" Quinn reached for the pen first. The courthouse steps felt colder than usual as I waited for Sandra to arrive. 2 weeks had passed since the shelter meeting, and Derek had made good on his threat to contest the will. Today was our first hearing. Quinn appeared beside me, clutching 2 coffee cups. "Thought you might need this." "Thanks," I said, surprised. "Are you sure you want to be seen with the enemy?" "Stop," she sighed. "I've been doing shifts at the shelter. I get it now. Mom wasn't crazy or manipulated. She was amazing." Camilla's Mercedes pulled up and she stepped out wearing a simple black suit instead of her usual flashy attire. "Derek's already inside with the lawyers. He's not happy I'm testifying for your side." Before I could respond, Sandra arrived with her team, carrying boxes of evidence. "Ready?" The courtroom was packed. Shelter residents filled the back rows, while Derek sat at the front with 3 expensive lawyers. His face darkened when he saw Camilla and Quinn sit on my side. "All rise," the bailiff called as Judge Martinez entered. Derek's lead lawyer started with exactly the argument we'd expected. "Your Honor, we contend that Lillian Hudson was unduly influenced in her final years, led astray from her family obligations by manipulation and—" "Objection," Sandra interrupted. "Counsel is making unfounded accusations. We have extensive documentation of Mrs. Hudson's sound mental state and deliberate choices." "Proceed with evidence," Judge Martinez ordered. Sandra played the video testimony. Then came the parade of witnesses. Shelter residents, volunteers, even Lillian's doctors confirming her mental clarity. But the real shock came when Quinn took the stand. "Ms. Hudson," Derek's lawyer approached. "Isn't it true your mother showed signs of mental decline?" "No." Quinn's voice was firm. "She showed signs of being herself, her real self, for the first time in years. I just didn't want to see it." "But surely you agree this radical change in behavior, You mean helping others instead of buying designer handbags? Quinn interrupted. I've spent 2 weeks working at the shelter. I've seen the lives she changed. The only thing radical was how blind we were. Derek stood up, face red. She's been brainwashed too. Mr. Hudson, the judge warned, control yourself. Next came Camilla's testimony. She pulled out her phone, hands shaking slightly. I'd like to play something, she said. A voicemail from Mom I saved from last year. I didn't understand it then. The court fell silent as Aunt Lillian's voice filled the room. Camilla, darling, I wish you could see what I see at the shelter today. A woman just got her first job after leaving an abusive marriage. She's starting over with nothing, but she has everything. Reminds me of what real strength looks like. I hope someday you'll understand. Love you. I deleted all her other messages about the shelter. Camilla's voice cracked. I thought she was going through a phase. I was wrong. Derek's lawyers huddled together, whispering urgently. But their star witness was yet to come. A private investigator they'd hired to dig into my past. Miss Hudson, he addressed me on the stand. Isn't it true you orchestrated this entire situation? Befriended your aunt when she was vulnerable? I opened my handbag and pulled out a stack of papers. These are donation records from the shelter. Every Tuesday for 5 years, Aunt Lillian came on her own. She found us. She chose this path. I never asked her for anything. But surely... I have security footage, I continued. 5 years of her arriving every week, helping women rebuild their lives. Would you like to see it? The investigator faltered. Derek's face had gone from red to pale. Then Maria stood up in the back of the courtroom. Your Honor, may I speak? The judge nodded. Miss Lillian saved my life. Maria's voice shook. Not with money, but with time, with cookies, with believing in me. She wasn't manipulated. She was the strongest person I knew. One by one, women stood up in the courtroom, each with a story about Aunt Lillian's impact on their lives. Judge Martinez raised her hand for silence. I've seen enough. This will is not only valid, but represents a clear and conscious choice by Lillian Hudson to create a meaningful legacy. Case dismissed. Derek stormed out, his lawyers trailing behind. Quinn and Camilla hugged me, both crying. He'll come around, Quinn whispered. Eventually. Outside, the shelter residents were celebrating. Chelsea appeared with a familiar-looking cookie tin. Found this in Lillian's old office, she said. It's marked for the day they finally understand. Inside were cookies, still fresh, with a note. Share these when the fighting stops. Real family is built on love, not lawyers. L. We passed them around, standing in the sunshine, watching as Derek's car sped away. Sometimes I realized winning isn't about defeating someone. It's about showing them a better way to be. The autumn breeze carried the scent of fresh paint as I unlocked the shelter's new front doors. The expanded building gleamed in the morning light, 3 times larger than before, with the daycare center Aunt Lillian had dreamed of. Still can't believe how fast construction finished, Quinn said, falling into step beside me. She'd traded her designer wardrobe permanently for practical clothes, perfect for chasing after the shelter's children. The contractor said he'd never seen permits processed so quickly, I replied. Almost like someone pulled some strings at City Hall. Quinn smiled mysteriously. Camilla might have mentioned something about that. Turns out her country club connections are good for more than just charity galas. Inside, the new teaching kitchen buzzed with activity. Camilla stood at the center island, her sleeves rolled up, teaching a cooking class to 5 residents. Remember what Aunt Lillian always said. She demonstrated proper knife technique. Cooking is therapy for the soul. Speaking of therapy, Quinn nodded toward the new counseling wing. Did you see the waiting list for Sandra's legal aid clinic? Full through December, I confirmed. Turns out combining legal services with emotional support was exactly what many women needed. The front desk phone rang. Maria, now our full-time office manager, answered it. Lillian Hudson Women's Center, she said proudly. Then her expression changed. Oh, yes, he's welcome to come tour the facility. She covered the receiver. It's Derek. He wants to see the center. Quinn and I exchanged glances. We hadn't heard from our brother since the court case 3 months ago. Tell him to come now, I decided. We're all here. 20 minutes later, Derek walked through the doors, looking uncomfortable in casual clothes instead of his usual suit. This is different than I expected, he said, taking in the bright, welcoming space. Come see everything. Quinn linked her arm through his, starting with Mom's favorite spot. We showed him the teaching kitchen, where Camilla's class was pulling fresh cookies from the oven. The daycare center, where children of shelter residents played safely while their mothers attended job training. The counseling rooms, the computer lab, the rooftop garden. And this, I saved for last, is what Aunt Lillian left for you. I opened her old office, now a financial literacy classroom. On the wall hung a photo of young Derek sitting on Aunt Lillian's lap, both laughing as he tried to balance her checkbook. She said you were the first person who made her think about money differently, I explained. That's why she wanted you to run the Foundation's financial education program. But I fought the will, he said quietly, tried to destroy everything she built. And now you have a chance to build something new. Camilla appeared in the doorway, offering him a cookie. That's what Mom was all about, right? Second chances? Derek took the cookie, staring at the photo. I was so angry about the money, about being left out. I never stopped to ask why. So ask now, Quinn suggested. We're all still learning who Mom really was. A commotion from the front desk interrupted us. A new arrival, a young mother with 2 small children, looking terrified and hopeful. I'll handle intake, Maria started to say, but Derek stepped forward. Let me, he said. I'd like to learn how to help. We watched as he introduced himself, gently offered the children cookies, showed them to the daycare center while Maria helped their mother with paperwork. He's a natural, Quinn whispered. Just like Mom was. Later, as the sun set through the new stained glass windows Aunt Lillian had designed, we gathered in the kitchen. Derek rolled up his sleeves and reached for the recipe card box. Think you can teach me how to make her cookies? He asked. Better. Camilla pulled out a familiar tin. Found this in her desk. Label says, for when the family's complete again. Inside were perfect cookies and a note. Some ingredients take time to blend properly. Love is patient that way. We shared the cookies, sitting together in the kitchen where it all began. Through the open door, we could hear women laughing in the computer lab, children playing in the daycare, lives being rebuilt piece by piece. She knew, didn't she? Derek said softly. That it would end like this? Not end, I corrected him. Begin. She always said real wealth grows when you share it. Quinn raised her cookie in a toast. To Aunt Lillian's real legacy. To family, Camilla added. To second chances, Derek said. I looked around at my transformed family and our transformed shelter and smiled. To all of it, I said. Every single crumb.
The new year always brought a sense of fresh beginnings, but this time it arrived with an unsettling surprise. My doorbell rang, piercing the quiet of my small, cozy home. Expecting maybe a neighbor or a late courier, I casually swung the door open. My heart plummeted into my stomach. There, on my doorstep, stood 2 figures from my past I never wished to see again, my sister Claire and my ex-husband Ethan. Claire, with her ever-present smug smile, looked almost triumphant standing next to Ethan. Ethan's presence was like a reopened wound, his expression a mix of arrogance and false pity. 3 years had passed since I last saw them, and here they were, as if they'd never shattered my world. Why are you here? My voice was a shaky whisper, betraying my shock. Claire's laughter was like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, look, Ethan, she's speechless. What's wrong, Anna? Not happy to see your dear sister and loving ex-husband? Ethan leaned against the door frame, his gaze scanning the room behind me. Yeah, Anna, we just thought we'd pay a visit, see how the old place is holding up without us. I clenched my fists, fighting the urge to slam the door in their faces. This is no longer your place, Ethan, and you, Claire, have no business here either. Their smirks only widened at my attempt to stand ground. Ethan's next words were like a slap. "You know, Anna, I really regret ever tying myself to you. What a waste of my best years." Claire chimed in, her voice dripping with mock sympathy. Poor Anna, always the underachiever, even in marriage. Their cruel words stung, but before I could muster a response, a voice from behind startled us all. "Who's at the door, Anna?" It was my father, George, whom I wasn't expecting until later that evening. His unexpected presence threw Claire and Ethan off balance. The smirks faded from their faces as they awkwardly shifted their stance. "Dad, you're back early," I managed to say, my voice laced with relief. George's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene before him. "Claire? Ethan? What in the world are you two doing here?" Their composure crumbled, the confident facade melting away under my father's stern gaze. For a moment there was silence, a tense air hanging between us. It was broken only by Claire's hesitant voice. We just wanted to wish Anna a happy new year." George's disbelief was palpable. "Really? After years of silence, you suddenly remember family ties on New Year's Day?" His tone was icy, hinting at unspoken anger and disappointment. Ethan cleared his throat, attempting to regain his composure. "Well, we also had some news to share, but maybe this isn't the right time." I knew there was more to their visit than just New Year's greetings. Their unexpected arrival, the smug looks, the veiled insults, it was all too familiar. The same old pattern of deceit and manipulation. But this time, I wasn't the same person they had left behind. As they awkwardly excused themselves, promising to return another time, I closed the door with a mixture of relief and dread. Their return could mean only one thing. Trouble was brewing once again. And this time, I had to be ready. After Claire and Ethan left, the house felt oppressively silent. My father, George, sat across from me, his brow furrowed in concern. "Anna, what was that all about? Why are they back?" I sighed, feeling the weight of years of suppressed memories. "I don't know, Dad, but with Claire and Ethan, it's never without a reason." George nodded, his expression darkening. "I remember how things ended, how they betrayed you. You don't owe them anything, Anna." I appreciated his support, but there was a part of the story that even he didn't fully understand, the depth of Claire's manipulation and deceit. It went back to our childhood, a time that should have been filled with innocent memories but was instead marked by Claire's selfishness. "Dad, do you remember my 10th birthday? The porcelain doll Grandma gave me?" I asked, my voice tinged with sadness. George's face softened. "Of course, you loved that doll." I nodded, the memory vivid in my mind. "Claire broke it on purpose, but she cried and told Mom it was an accident, that I was the one who knocked it over." George looked surprised. "I never knew that. Your mother always said it was an accident." "That was just the beginning," I continued, the old wounds reopening. "She always played the innocent, and I was the one who got blamed. She knew exactly how to manipulate everyone around her." I could see the regret in George's eyes, the realization of what he hadn't seen all those years. "I'm sorry, Anna. I should have seen through it. It's not your fault, Dad. We were all fooled by Claire's act." I paused, taking a deep breath. Even with Ethan, she played us both. They deserve each other. George reached across, taking my hand in a firm, comforting grip. "What matters is that you're free from their toxicity now. Don't let them drag you back into their drama." I nodded, trying to muster a smile. The conversation with my father made it clear that the past wasn't as buried as I had hoped. Claire and Ethan's return wasn't just a simple visit. It was a harbinger of more turmoil to come. That night, sleep eluded me. The memories of Claire's manipulations, the way she had always outshone me in our parents' eyes, the way she'd effortlessly charmed Ethan away from me. It all swirled in my mind. Her return meant she was up to something, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread about what was to come. But amidst the turmoil of thoughts, a determined resolve began to form. I wouldn't be the passive victim this time. I would stand up to Claire and Ethan, whatever their game was. This time, I was ready to fight back. In the days following Claire and Ethan's visit, their words and smirks haunted me. I threw myself into work, trying to distract myself, but the past refused to stay buried. The memory of my marriage to Ethan, once filled with love and promise, now felt like a thorny path I had been forced to tread barefoot. It started beautifully. Ethan was charming, attentive, and everything I thought I wanted in a partner. We were happy, or so I believed. But then came the subtle changes, the late nights, the unexplained absences, the evasive answers. I trusted him, ignoring the nagging doubts and the whispers of intuition. Then, one evening, the veil lifted. I returned home early from a business trip, the anticipation of surprising Ethan tingling in my heart. But the surprise was mine. I found Ethan and Claire together, their laughter echoing in our living room, a scene that shattered my world. The confrontation that followed was a blur of tears, accusations, and bitter truths. Claire, with her characteristic lack of remorse, simply shrugged, her words slicing through me. "You were always too busy with your little job, Anna. Ethan needed someone, and I was there. It's not our fault you couldn't keep your husband's interest." Ethan's justification was equally cold. "I thought I loved you, Anna, but Claire, she's different, exciting. You and I were never right for each other." Their betrayal was a double-edged sword, cutting deep into my heart and my trust. The divorce that followed was quick, Ethan and Claire making no secret of their relationship. I was left to pick up the pieces of my broken life, feeling foolish and betrayed. Now, as I sat in my office, the memories gnawing at my mind, anger bubbled inside me. How dare they waltz back into my life after what they did? How dare they think they could just disrupt my peace again? But it was more than anger. It was a burning desire for retribution. I wanted them to feel a fraction of the pain they had caused me. The idea of revenge, once foreign and distasteful, now seemed like the only way to close this painful chapter of my life. I made a decision I would confront them, demand answers. But this time I wouldn't be the blindsided, heartbroken wife. I would be strong, unyielding. They had underestimated me once. They wouldn't make the same mistake again. I picked up my phone and dialed Ethan's number. My voice was steady, my resolve firm. "Ethan, we need to talk. Meet me at the cafe on 5th Street. Tomorrow, noon." His surprised stammer was a small victory, but it was enough. "Sure, Anna, tomorrow then." The call ended, and for the first time in days I felt a sense of control. The game had begun, and this time I was playing to win. The cafe was bustling with the midday crowd when I arrived. I spotted Ethan seated at a corner table, his posture tense. As I approached, his attempt at a casual smile didn't reach his eyes. "Anna, thanks for coming. I wasn't sure you'd want to see me," he started, his voice laced with feigned concern. "I don't," I replied sharply, taking a seat across from him. "But I need answers. Why are you and Claire back in my life?" Ethan shifted uncomfortably. "Look, Anna, things haven't been great for us. After we left, we had some tough times." I felt a bitter satisfaction seeing him uneasy. "Tough times? You expect sympathy from me?" No, of course not," he stammered. "It's just that Claire is pregnant. We thought it's time to mend fences, for the sake of family." His words hit me like a cold wave. Claire, pregnant? A part of me felt a pang of hurt, but it was quickly overshadowed by skepticism. "And you think I would, welcome you with open arms?" I asked, my voice laced with disbelief. "It's not just that," Ethan said, avoiding my gaze. "There's the matter of the inheritance, your father's estate." So there it was, the true reason behind their sudden reappearance. It wasn't guilt or a desire for reconciliation. It was greed. "You have some nerve, Ethan. You cheat, you leave, and now you come back for money?" I felt my anger rising, my voice growing louder despite the public setting. "People can change, Anna. We've been through a lot. We just want a chance to start over, to be a family," he pleaded. "A family built on lies and deceit," I retorted, my heart racing with anger. Just then my phone vibrated. It was a message from Claire. "We need to talk. Alone, my place, tonight." I looked up at Ethan, my decision made. "Tell Claire I'll see her tonight. But make no mistake, Ethan, this isn't a family reunion. This is me settling the score." Ethan's face fell, a mixture of surprise and concern etching his features. As I stood up to leave, I felt a strange sense of empowerment. For too long, I had been the victim of their selfish actions. But now the tables were turning. I walked out of the cafe, leaving Ethan behind, my mind racing with possibilities. Tonight's meeting with Claire would be more than just a confrontation. It would be the beginning of my revenge, a chance to reclaim my dignity, and make them regret ever crossing me. After leaving Ethan at the cafe, a mix of emotions swirled within me. Anger, betrayal, but above all, a newfound determination. As I drove home, my mind raced with plans for the evening's confrontation with Claire. I needed to be prepared. to stand my ground against her manipulative tactics. As the evening approached, I stood in front of my mirror, steeling myself. The reflection showed a woman changed by adversity, no longer the naive girl who once fell for Ethan's charm or got overshadowed by Claire's deceit. Tonight I was facing my past, ready to confront and overcome it. Claire's house was a stark contrast to mine, lavish, ostentatious, a testament to her and Ethan's superficial values. I knocked on the door, my heart pounding but my resolve firm. The door swung open and there she stood, Claire, as poised and arrogant as ever. "Anna, come in. I'm glad you could make it." Her tone was condescending, as if she was doing me a favor by allowing me into her home. I stepped inside, my eyes scanning the extravagant decor. "So, Claire, why am I here? What do you want from me?" I asked, cutting to the chase. Claire led me to the living room, her movements graceful yet calculated. "I wanted to talk to you, sister to sister. It's been too long, and with the baby coming, I thought it's time we bury the hatchet." I almost laughed at her audacity. "Bury the hatchet? After you stole my husband and now come back for my father's inheritance?" Claire's expression hardened for a moment before she regained her composure. "Anna, let's be practical. Ethan and I need financial stability for our child. Your father's estate can help with that." Her blatant greed was repulsive. "You expect me to just hand over what's rightfully mine, after everything you've done?" "It's not just about the money, Anna," Claire said, her voice dripping with false sincerity. "It's about family. We're still sisters, after all." I stared at her, incredulous. "You lost the right to call me sister the moment you betrayed me." There was a silence, a tension that hung heavily between us. Then Claire's facade cracked, her true nature surfacing. "Fine. If you're going to be selfish about it, then let's talk legalities. You know Dad's will favors the first grandchild. My baby will ensure Ethan and I get the inheritance." Her words hit me like a physical blow. This was her game, to use her pregnancy as leverage to manipulate our father's will in her favor. "You're unbelievable, Claire. You think you can just manipulate everyone and everything to your liking, but not this time. I won't let you." My voice was firm, unyielding. Claire smirked, a cold, calculating look in her eyes. "We'll see, Anna. We'll see how long you can keep up this righteous act." I turned to leave, my mind reeling from Claire's callousness. As I drove away from her house, a plan began to form in my mind. Claire and Ethan were playing a dangerous game, but now I knew the rules. It was time for them to learn that I was no longer the passive player in their twisted game. The days following my encounter with Claire were spent in a state of heightened alertness, preparing for the inevitable legal battle over my father's estate. I sought legal counsel, determined to protect what was rightfully mine and my father's legacy from Claire and Ethan's greedy clutches. As I delved deeper into the legal intricacies, a piece of shocking news reached me. Ethan's business, the one he had started with such bravado, had collapsed. They were drowning in debt, their lavish lifestyle unsustainable. This revelation shed new light on their sudden reappearance and desperation for the inheritance. I met with my lawyer, a sharp-witted woman named Miss Harper, to discuss our strategy. "They're cornered financially and legally," she said, scanning the documents. "Your sister's claim about the will favoring the first grandchild doesn't stand on solid legal ground. We can fight this." Her confidence was reassuring, but I knew Claire and Ethan wouldn't give up easily. They were like cornered animals, unpredictable and dangerous. My resolve was tested sooner than expected. One evening, as I returned home from work, I found Claire waiting on my doorstep, her expression a mix of defiance and desperation. "Anna, we need to talk," she said, her voice uncharacteristically shaky. I eyed her warily. "I have nothing to say to you, Claire. This matter is now in the hands of lawyers." She stepped forward, blocking my path. "Please, Anna, I'm not pregnant. It was a lie, a stupid plan Ethan and I concocted to sway Dad's will in our favor." Her confession, though shocking, didn't surprise me. It was just another deceit in their long list of manipulations. "So, all this time you've been lying. What now, Claire? Ready to admit defeat?" I asked, my voice cold. Claire's eyes welled up with tears, but they didn't move me. "I don't know what to do. Ethan's business is ruined. We're losing everything. I need your help, Anna." Her plea for help, after all the pain she had caused, was almost laughable. "You want my help? After everything you've done? You really are delusional. She grabbed my arm, desperation in her grasp. "Please, Anna, I'm your sister. Remember how we used to be before all this?" I pulled away, her touch repulsive to me. "The sister I knew died the moment you betrayed me. You made your choice, Claire. Now live with it." Leaving Claire standing alone, I entered my house, closing the door on her and our shared past. The sense of finality was liberating. I was no longer bound by the chains of our toxic relationship. That night, as I sat alone in the quiet of my living room, I realized that this was more than just a battle for inheritance. It was a fight for my own liberation, a chance to finally close the chapter on Claire and Ethan's treachery and move on with my life. The following weeks were a whirlwind of legal proceedings and tense negotiations. Claire and Ethan's desperation became more evident as their financial woes escalated. Despite this, I remained steadfast, bolstered by Miss Harper's expertise and my own newfound strength. Then came the day of the decisive court hearing. The courtroom was cold and sterile, a stark contrast to the heated emotions simmering beneath the surface. Ethan and Claire sat together, a facade of unity, but the strain was evident in their haggard appearances. As the proceedings began, Miss Harper was methodical and precise, dismantling each of Claire and Ethan's arguments with legal acumen. Claire's lie about her pregnancy was exposed, further weakening their position. I watched Claire as the reality of her situation dawned on her. The confident, manipulative sister I once knew was gone, replaced by a shell of her former self, consumed by the consequences of her actions. During a recess, Claire approached me, a plea in her eyes. "Anna, please. I know I don't deserve your mercy, but we're ruined. We have nothing." Her words, once capable of swaying me, now fell on deaf ears. "You brought this on yourselves, Claire. You chose greed and deceit. Now you must face the results." The final judgment was a resounding victory for me. The judge ruled in my favor, ensuring that the inheritance remained rightfully mine. Claire and Ethan left the courtroom defeated, their schemes reduced to ashes. But as I walked out, a sense of closure filled me. This wasn't just a legal victory, it was a personal triumph over the ghosts of my past. Claire and Ethan's downfall was the karmic justice they deserved, but for me, it was a liberation from the chains of betrayal and hurt. In the days that followed, I focused on rebuilding my life, free from the shadows of Claire and Ethan. The wound they left would always be a part of me, but it no longer defined me. I had emerged stronger, more resilient, and with a clearer understanding of who I was and what I stood for. And so, as I sat in my garden one evening, watching the sunset, I realized that true victory wasn't in revenge or the suffering of those who wronged me. It was in the peace and strength I found within myself, the ability to move forward, and the promise of new beginnings.
I stare at the birthday cake, watching 45 tiny flames dance across the frosting. Each one mocks me, reminding me how many years I've wasted believing family meant something sacred. My son Jason stands behind his wife Emily, his hands on her shoulders, while she wears that plastic smile I've grown to despise. "Make a wish, Mother," Emily says, her voice dripping with artificial sweetness. I close my eyes, not because I believe in wishes anymore, but because I need a moment to compose myself. The room feels smaller than it did this morning, like the walls of my own home are closing in around me. "Come on, Mom," Jason urges, and I hear that new edge in his voice, the one that appeared right after he married her. I'm Summer, and this is the last birthday I'll celebrate in my own house, though I don't know it yet. The flames blur as I lean forward. One breath, and they're gone, leaving only wisps of smoke and the lingering scent of burnt wax. The silence that follows feels heavy, loaded with unspoken accusations. "Well," Emily says, already reaching for the knife, "let's cut this, shall we?" "I can cut my own cake," I say, reaching for the knife. Our fingers brush, and she pulls back as if burned. "I'm only trying to help, Summer. You always make everything so difficult." "Do I?" I set the knife down harder than necessary. "Like when I helped with the wedding? Or when I watched Lily every weekend while you two were finding yourselves during that spiritual retreat?" Jason steps forward. "Mom, please, not today." "When then, Jason? When do I get to speak in my own home?" Emily's face hardens. "About that." She glances at Jason, who suddenly finds the floor fascinating. We've been meaning to talk to you. The cake sits forgotten between us, its perfect white frosting starting to sag in the afternoon heat. Lily, my granddaughter, shifts uncomfortably in her chair, her phone forgotten in her lap. We think it's time for a change, Emily continues. This arrangement, it's not working anymore. Arrangement? The word tastes bitter. This is my house. I raised Jason here after his father died. And we're grateful, Emily says, though her tone suggests anything but. But Jason and I need our own space, to grow as a family. We are a family. Mom, Jason finally looks up, and I see Emily's influence in his eyes. We found you a nice apartment. It's close to the community center, and... You what? The room spins slightly. You've been planning this? Behind my back? Don't be dramatic, Emily sighs. We're trying to help you start fresh. You're still young enough to build your own life. I laugh, and it sounds strange even to my ears. My life is here, with my son, my granddaughter. That's the problem. Emily steps closer, dropping her voice. You can't let go. You're suffocating us with your presence. The knife gleams on the table between us. I watch my hand reach for it, not to threaten, just to hold something solid while my world crumbles. Emily flinches backward. Jason, see? This is exactly what I've been telling you. Mom, put the knife down. Jason's voice shakes. You're proving her point. I wasn't. But it doesn't matter what I wasn't going to do. The story's already written in their minds. You have until tomorrow evening, Emily says, her voice steady now that she has the upper hand. We'll help you pack. Tomorrow? The word comes out as a whisper. You're giving me 24 hours to leave my home? It's for the best. Jason won't meet my eyes anymore. We'll make sure you're settled. Lily stands suddenly, tears streaming down her face, and runs upstairs. Nobody follows her. I look at the cake, at the smoke still rising from the candles, at the knife in my trembling hand. 45 years of memories in this house, and they're giving me 24 hours to pack them away. Happy birthday to me, I say, and carefully set the knife down. Won't give them the satisfaction of seeing me break. Not yet. But as I walk upstairs to start packing, I make a different kind of wish. One that has nothing to do with candles and everything to do with justice. The motel room smells like stale cigarettes and broken dreams. 3 cardboard boxes contain what's left of my life. Photo albums, legal documents, and the few precious mementos I managed to grab before Jason practically shoved me out the door. Mark sits in the threadbare armchair, watching me pace between the bed and window. You need to eat something, Summer. He pushes a takeout container toward me. I need my house back. My fingers trace the windowsill, collecting dust. You should have seen Emily's face when she called the police, like she was the victim. She called the cops? Mark straightens in his chair. When I refused to leave, said I was trespassing. A bitter laugh escapes me. In my own home, the one I paid off 15 years ago. What about the deed? In Jason's name, I transferred it last year when... I stopped pacing. When Emily suggested it would help them qualify for a better mortgage rate. God, I was so stupid. Mark's phone buzzes. He glances at it, then holds it out to me. Speaking of Emily, it's a social media post, a photo of Emily, Jason, and Lily in front of my house. The caption reads, "Fresh start for our little family. Sometimes the hardest choices are the most necessary. Hashtag blessed, family first." The phone slips from my trembling fingers onto the bed. She's already redecorating, I whisper. Lily texted me pictures. They're painting over the height marks on the kitchen doorframe. 22 years of measuring Jason, gone under a coat of Moroccan sunset, or whatever the hell Emily calls it. Summer! A knock at the door cuts him off. We freeze, exchanging glances. Another knock, more insistent. Mom? Jason's voice. I know you're in there. Mark's car is outside. Mark raises an eyebrow, asking silently if I want him to answer. I shake my head and move to the door myself, taking a deep breath before opening it. Jason stands there, holding a small box. He looks uncomfortable in his expensive button-down shirt. Emily's taste, not his. "You forgot some things," he says, not quite meeting my eyes. "Did I forget them, or did you prevent me from taking them?" He shifts his weight. We thought you might want these." He holds out the box. Inside are some old Christmas ornaments and a few framed photos. "How generous of you both." The words taste like acid. "Tell me, was this before or after she changed the locks?" "Mom, please. You're making this harder than it needs to be." "Am I? Tell me, Jason, when did you start believing her lies about me? Was it before or after she convinced you to put the house in your name?" His face hardens. "Emily was right. You always do this. Twist everything to make yourself the victim." "The victim?" I step closer, forcing him to look at me. "I raised you alone after your father died. I worked 2 jobs to keep that house. I was there for every scraped knee, every broken heart, every triumph and failure. And now you're throwing me away like yesterday's garbage because your wife decided I'm inconvenient? That's not..." He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture so familiar it hurts. "You're suffocating us, Mom. Always hovering, always judging Emily's decisions about our family." "Your family?" The laugh that escapes me sounds foreign, almost hysterical. "I'm your family! And Emily is my wife!" He shouts back, then immediately looks around, embarrassed by his outburst. "Look, we've set up an account for you. There's enough money for a few months' rent while you figure things out." I stare at him, this stranger wearing my son's face. "Keep your money. And your pity." "Mom!" "Tell Emily congratulations." I start to close the door. She finally got what she wanted. What's that supposed to mean? Ask her about Richard. The name makes him flinch. Ask her what happened to her last husband's mother. Or better yet, don't. Ignorance seems to be working so well for you. I shut the door on his confused face and lean against it, listening to his footsteps fade away. When I turn around, Mark is watching me with a mixture of concern and admiration. "Richard?" he asks. "Emily's ex-husband." I move to the window, watching Jason's car pull away. "I did some digging last night. Turns out I'm not the first mother-in-law she's displaced, just the latest in a pattern." "Summer," Mark's voice carries a warning. "What are you planning?" I touch the window glass, cool and solid under my fingers. "I'm planning to show my son exactly who he married, and this time, I'm not playing nice." The coffee shop feels too bright, too normal for the conversation we're about to have. Derek, Emily's brother, sits across from me, his fingers drumming against his cup. Mark arranged this meeting, calling in favors I didn't know he had. "Emily doesn't know I'm here," Derek says, his voice barely above a whisper. "If she found out, she won't." I lean forward. "But I need to understand what happened with Richard." Derek's fingers stop drumming. "Richard was a mistake, like the others." "Others?" He glances around the cafe, paranoid. "Emily has a pattern. She finds men with close family ties, especially to their mothers. Strong families fascinate her because we never had one." A barista drops a cup somewhere behind us, and Derek jumps. I notice the slight tremor in his hands, the dark circles under his eyes. "You're afraid of her," I realize. "You don't know what she's capable of." He pulls out his phone, scrolls through photos. Richard's mother, Margaret, before Emily. He shows me a picture of a vibrant woman in her 60s, surrounded by family. And after, the next photo shows the same woman, but diminished somehow. Isolated, broken. Emily convinced Richard that Margaret was manipulating him, trying to control their marriage. Sound familiar? Derek's laugh is hollow. Within a year, Margaret was in a nursing home. Richard thought it was his idea. My coffee turns bitter in my mouth. And Richard? Lost everything in the divorce. Emily had already transferred most of their assets. Derek swallows hard. He didn't survive the winter. They called it an accident. The cafe suddenly feels airless. Are you saying? I'm not saying anything. Derek's voice sharpens. I'm just telling you what happened. What always happens? A text lights up my phone. It's from Lily. Grandma, something's wrong. Mom found your old letters to Dad. She's burning them in the backyard. My hands start shaking. Those letters, written to Jason's father before he died, were all I had left of him. Excuse me, I manage to say, standing so quickly my chair scrapes against the floor. Derek grabs my wrist. Wait, there's more you need to know. My letters! Emily's pregnant. The words hit like a physical blow. I sink back into my chair. She told the family last night. Derek won't meet my eyes. She's using it to cement her position. Jason's overjoyed. She's 40, I whisper. She told Jason she couldn't have more children. That's why they never... Emily always knows what she needs to survive. Derek finally looks at me. The baby will give her total control. You'll never get Jason back now. Another text from Lily. Mom's saying weird things about you, about how you tried to poison her relationship with Dad from the beginning. She has proof. Proof? I say out loud. Derek's expression changes. Oh God, the diary. What diary? Emily keeps a diary of evidence, things she twists and manipulates. Conversations taken out of context, innocent moments reframed as threats. She's been doing it for years. My phone buzzes again. This time it's from Jason. How could you, Mom? Emily showed me everything. Don't contact us again. The cafe walls start closing in. Derek reaches across the table, his voice urgent. Listen to me. You can't fight her directly. She's already positioned you as the villain. The pregnant wife versus the jealous mother-in-law. Who do you think people will believe? Then what am I supposed to do? Watch her destroy everything I have left? No. Derek pulls out a USB drive, slides it across the table. You're supposed to be smarter than Margaret was, than Richard was, than I was. What's on it? Everything. Financial records, medical records, the truth about what happened to Richard. He stands up. But be careful. Emily has friends in strange places. If she suspects you have this, why are you helping me? Derek pauses, and for a moment, I see the weight of years of guilt in his eyes. Because someone needs to stop her, and because I'm tired of watching mothers lose their children. He walks away, leaving me with a USB drive that feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds and another text from Lily. Grandma, please. Mom's different when you're not around. I'm scared. I close my eyes, feeling the weight of every decision that led to this moment. When I open them, I know what I have to do. Emily wanted a war. Now she'll get one. The USB drive sits on Mark's kitchen table like a loaded gun. My laptop hums as it copies Richard's financial records, each file a bullet aimed at Emily's carefully constructed life. You're crossing a line here, Mark says, pouring more wine. Once you start this, there's no going back. I scroll through another document, my fingers trembling slightly. Emily crossed the line when she burned those letters. Summer? Look at this! I turn the screen toward him. 3 months before Richard's accident, Emily transferred nearly everything into offshore accounts. The timing... A knock at the door freezes us both. Mark moves to answer it, but I grab his arm. Through the window, I catch a glimpse of Lily's face, tear-streaked and pale. Jesus, Mark whispers, opening the door. Lily, what happened? She bursts in, looking over her shoulder, like she's being chased. Mom's lost it. She's telling everyone you're mentally unstable, Grandma. That you've been stalking her, threatening her and the baby. My stomach turns. What baby? She's pregnant, Lily's voice cracks. But that's not... I found something in her study. About Richard. The USB drive feels heavy in my pocket. What about him? Pictures, documents. She has this whole file about how she... Lily stops, wrapping her arms around herself. I think she hurt him, really hurt him. And now she's saying things about you that sound just like... Headlights sweep across the windows. Lily freezes. That's Dad's car, she whispers. I didn't tell them I was coming here. Mark moves quickly, grabbing my laptop. Back door, now. We slip into the darkness of his backyard, just as Jason's voice carries through the house. Mark? We know they're here. Lily grabs my hand, pulling me toward the garden gate. Mom has the police on speed dial. She's going to say you kidnapped me. I didn't. I know. She squeezes my hand. But she has evidence. She always has evidence. We make it to my car, parked a block away. As I start the engine, I see Emily emerge from Jason's car, one hand protectively over her stomach. Even from here, I can see her triumphant smile. She's going to destroy you like she destroyed Richard's mother, Lily says as we pull away. Unless what? Unless we destroy her first. Lily pulls out her phone, showing me a video. I recorded her talking to someone named Marcus last week. About Richard's accident. About what really happened. My hands tighten on the steering wheel. Lily, are you sure you want to? She's poisoning Dad against everyone who loves him, just like she did with Richard. Lily's voice hardens. And now there's going to be another baby, another person for her to control. Police sirens wail in the distance. I take a sharp turn, heading toward the highway. Where are we going? Lily asks. Somewhere safe. I glance at her. But first, you need to understand what you're getting into. This isn't just about exposing Emily anymore. This is about survival. I know. She clutches her phone like a weapon. That's why I made copies. Of everything. My phone buzzes with a text from Mark. Emily filed a restraining order. Police are looking for you both. Be careful. Another message follows, from Jason. How could you take my daughter? Emily's having contractions from the stress. If anything happens to our baby, I switch off the phone, feeling something cold and certain settle in my chest. Emily wanted to paint me as the villain? Fine. Sometimes the only way to fight a monster is to become one. Grandma? Lily's voice is small in the darkness. What are we going to do? I think of the USB drive in my pocket, of Richard's mysterious accident, of Emily's perfectly crafted evidence. We're going to give your mother exactly what she expects. Sometimes the best way to spring a trap is to step right into it. The highway stretches ahead, dark and empty. Behind us, blue lights flash in the distance. But for the first time since this all began, I'm not running away. I'm running towards something. And Emily has no idea what's coming. The motel room feels like a cage. Lily sleeps fitfully on one bed while I sit at the small desk, sifting through Richard's financial records on my laptop. Each document reveals another layer of Emily's manipulation. Bank transfers, forged signatures, carefully orchestrated accidents. My phone vibrates. A text from an unknown number. Meet me at Riverside Park, 1 a.m. Come alone. Derek. I glance at Lily, then at the clock. 12:37 a.m. The park is deserted when I arrive. Streetlights casting long shadows across empty benches. Derek emerges from behind a tree, looking more haunted than ever. Emily knows about the USB drive, he says without preamble. She's already moved the money. What money? The insurance payout from Richard's death. She's been keeping it in a hidden account, but now... He runs a hand through his hair. She's desperate, Summer. She's talking about leaving the country. With my son? With everything. The baby, Jason's inheritance, all of it. He steps closer. But that's not the worst part. A twig snaps somewhere in the darkness. Derek flinches. Marcus is back, he whispers. The man who helped her with Richard's accident. I saw them meeting yesterday. Cold fear grips my spine. You think she's planning? I think she's cornered. And cornered animals are the most dangerous. He presses something into my hand. A burner phone. If anything happens to me, everything I know is on here. The real story about Richard, about our parents, about... Headlights sweep across the park. Derek disappears into the shadows as a familiar car pulls up. Emily steps out, her pregnancy barely showing under her expensive coat. Well, she says, smiling that perfect smile. Isn't this cozy? How did you... Derek's always been predictable, she pats her stomach. Family loyalty only goes so far, doesn't it? More cars arrive. Jason emerges from one, looking confused. 2 police cruisers block the park exits. Officers, Emily calls out, her voice trembling perfectly. This is her, the woman who's been threatening me and my unborn child. That's not true. We have the evidence, Mrs. Harrison, one officer says, approaching with handcuffs. Multiple witnesses saw you following Mrs. Harrison today. We found threatening notes. What notes? Emily pulls out familiar-looking paper, the same type I used for those letters to Jason's father, the ones she burned. You're sick, Summer. You need help. Jason, I turn to my son. You can't believe this. But he's looking at the ground again, one arm around Emily's shoulders. The doctor said the stress could harm the baby, Mom. You have to stop. The baby that conveniently appeared right when you needed it? The words escape before I can stop them. Emily's face crumples in practiced anguish. How dare you? First Richard's baby, now mine? What did you say about Richard's baby? Something flashes across Emily's face, real fear quickly masked. Officers, please, I don't feel safe. As they approach with handcuffs, I make a decision. I reach for my phone, ready to send everything on that USB drive to every contact I have. Emily sees the movement. She's got a weapon! Everything happens at once. The officers lunge forward. Jason shouts. Emily smirks. And in that split second, I see it all. How perfectly she's orchestrated this moment. How completely she's turned my own son against me. But she's forgotten one thing. Mom! Lily's voice rings out across the park. She steps into the light, holding up her phone. I got it all. The whole conversation, including what you just said about Richard's baby. Emily's mask slips. For just a moment, I see the real her, the calculating predator beneath the perfect wife facade. Lily, she says, reaching out. Sweetheart, you don't understand. I understand everything. Lily's voice shakes but holds firm. And so will the police, once they see what's really on that USB drive. The one Derek gave you tonight wasn't the only copy. The park falls silent, except for the soft whir of police radios. Emily's hand drops to her stomach, but this time the gesture looks less protective and more like she's holding onto her last weapon. Jason looks between us all, lost and confused, and I realize this is it, the moment where everything either falls apart or comes together. The truth is within reach, but so is total destruction. The question is, which path leads to which? The police station's fluorescent lights make everything look sickly and unreal. I sit in the interrogation room, my wrists raw from the handcuffs, while Detective Morris reads through Emily's carefully crafted evidence. Multiple threatening messages, he says, spreading out papers. Stalking complaints, witness statements about your erratic behavior. Those are forgeries. Like the USB drive you claim to have? He raises an eyebrow. The one our tech team couldn't access? My stomach drops. I think of Derek's face in the park, his warning about Emily moving money. Of course she'd have someone ready to corrupt the files. The door opens. Emily walks in, supported by Jason. She looks perfectly fragile in her designer maternity dress. I'll make this brief, she says, touching her stomach. The doctors are concerned about my blood pressure. You don't have to be here, Jason tells her, all protective concern. I do. She dabs at her eyes with a tissue. Summer needs to understand what she's doing to this family. Detective Morris steps out, giving us privacy. I notice he leaves the door slightly open, probably recording everything. Drop the act, I say. We both know you're not really pregnant. Emily's face crumples. Jason, do you hear how she's still trying to hurt us? Even now? Mom, stop. Jason's voice is hard. We have the medical records, the ultrasounds, forged like everything else about her. Like Richard's baby? Emily's voice turns sharp. The one you claim What exactly are you accusing me of, Summer? The trap springs shut. I realize too late what she's done. Led me straight into making accusations that sound completely unhinged. Tell them about Marcus, I try. About the insurance money. Marcus? Emily looks confused. Jason, isn't that the name of your mother's imaginary friend from her diary? What diary? She pulls out a worn notebook. My handwriting, but words I never wrote. Pages of paranoid ramblings about conspiracies and imaginary conversations. We found it when we were packing her things, Emily says softly. That's when we realized how sick she'd become. That's not mine. Mom, Jason steps forward. We've arranged for you to get help. A facility in Vermont. No! I stand up so quickly my chair crashes backward. I'm not crazy. Lily has proof. She recorded. Lily's recording was corrupted, Emily interrupts. Just like that mysterious USB drive. Technology can be so unreliable when you're unstable. The walls seem to close in. Where is Lily? Safe, Emily says. Away from your influence. What did you do to her? She's at a boarding school in Switzerland, Jason says, where you can't reach her. My legs give out. I sink to the floor, understanding finally hitting me. Emily hasn't just taken my son and my home. She's taken my granddaughter, my evidence, my credibility, everything. The facility has an excellent success rate, Emily continues, her voice dripping with fake concern. Once you're better, maybe we can discuss supervised visits. With the baby. She takes Jason's hand, placing it on her stomach. The gesture is so perfectly calculated, it makes me sick. You won't get away with this, I whisper. Emily leans down, her mask slipping for just a moment. I already have. Richard tried to expose me too, right before his accident. And Derek, well, accidents happen all the time. What did you say about Derek? She straightens up, mask back in place. Oh dear, she's getting agitated. Jason, perhaps we should… I'll call the doctor, he says, reaching for his phone. No, wait! But the serum already leaving. Gee. Emily's theatrical sniffles echoing down the hall. Detective Morris returns with a psychiatrist. They speak in low voices about involuntary commitment, about my paranoid delusions. My phone sits on the table, dead and useless. The USB drive is corrupted. Lily is gone. Derek is… I don't want to think about what Emily's words implied about Derek. Through the window, I watch Emily and Jason walk to their car. She turns back, just for a moment, and smiles. That same smile she wore when she burned my letters, when she took my home, when she stole my son. The psychiatrist approaches with admission papers, and I realize with cold clarity that this isn't rock bottom. This is just the beginning of how far Emily plans to make me fall. The psychiatric facility's garden is beautiful, but it's still a cage. 3 weeks of medication and therapy have left me foggy, compliant, exactly what Emily wanted. I watch other patients shuffle through their daily routines, wondering if they too were put here by someone else's lies. Then Mark appears on my scheduled visiting day, and everything changes. Derek's alive, he says without preamble. He's in intensive care, but he's talking. The fog in my mind clears instantly. What happened? Car accident that wasn't an accident. He recorded everything before Emily's guy ran him off the road, including her confession about Richard's death. My hands shake as I process this. The USB drive was a decoy. The real evidence is with Richard's sister in Boston. She's been building a case against Emily for years. A nurse watches us suspiciously from across the garden. I lower my voice. Why are you telling me this now? Because Emily's planning to leave the country tonight. Private jet to Switzerland, where Lily is. Mark's eyes meet mine. She's taking Jason and the insurance money. All of it. She can't. She can. Unless what? Mark slips me a phone and a key card. Unless you stop playing by her rules. The next hours blur together. A fire alarm. Confusion in the halls. Somehow, I'm in Mark's car, racing toward the private airfield where Emily's escape plan is already in motion. We arrive to see Emily directing movers loading a private jet. Jason helps, looking lost and tired. There's no sign of her pregnancy bump anymore. No need to maintain that lie when she's about to disappear. Hello, Emily. She spins around, her perfect mask slipping for just a moment. How did you… Jason, call security! Before you do that, I hold up my phone. You might want to hear what your brother has to say. Derek's recorded voice fills the air. Emily arranged everything. Richard's accident, the insurance fraud, all of it. She's done this before, and she'll do it again. Lies! Emily snaps. But Jason has stopped moving, really listening for the first time. The baby was a lie too, I continue. Just like it was with Richard. Just like everything about you is a lie. Jason! Emily's voice turns sugary. Your mother is clearly having another episode. We should... Should what? I step closer. Have me committed? Stage another accident? How many people have you destroyed, Emily? I don't know what you're talking about, but her eyes dart toward the jet. Richard's sister sends her regards. She's very interested in reopening the investigation into her brother's death. Emily's mask cracks completely. You stupid woman! You have no idea what you're doing. Jason, get in the plane. Jason, I say quietly. Check her phone. Look for messages from Marcus about Derek's accident. Don't you dare! Emily lunges for Jason, but he's already got her phone, reading with growing horror. Mom? His voice sounds young suddenly. What is all this? Oh, for God's sake! Emily snarls, dropping all pretense. Fine. You want the truth? Richard was weak. His mother was interfering. Just like your precious mommy here. Sometimes people need to be removed. Like Derek? Jason's face has gone pale. Derek should have kept his mouth shut. Just like you should have trusted me instead of digging into things that don't concern you. Police sirens wail in the distance. Emily's face contorts with rage. She reaches into her purse, and everything explodes into motion. A gun appears in her hand. Jason shouts. I move without thinking, decades of maternal instinct driving me forward. The gunshot cracks across the airfield. Pain blooms in my shoulder, but I'm still moving. Emily's gun clatters away as we grapple. All the rage, all the pain of the past months pours out as we fight. I won't let you hurt anyone else, I gasp. Emily laughs, high and broken. You still don't get it, do you? I always win. Always. Not this time. Police flood the airfield. Jason is shouting something. Emily tries to twist away, to reach for her fallen gun, but I hold on. Even as my vision blurs from blood loss, I hold on. Because this isn't about winning anymore. It's about stopping the cycle, protecting what's left of my family. Even if it costs me everything. The last thing I see before consciousness fades is Jason's face, tears streaming down his cheeks as he finally sees the truth. The hospital room is quiet except for the steady beep of monitors. My shoulder throbs, but it's nothing compared to the weight of the manila envelope in my lap. Inside are Emily's full confessions, extracted during hours of police interrogation. Every manipulation, every crime, every carefully orchestrated tragedy. Jason sits in the visitor's chair, looking at his hands. We haven't spoken since the airfield, since he watched his wife try to kill his mother. The silence between us feels like another wound that won't heal. Lily's flight lands tonight, he finally says. Mark's picking her up from the airport. I nod, unable to find words that don't taste like ashes. Did you know? His voice cracks. When you gave Emily the house deed last year, did you know she was planning this? I knew something wasn't right. The envelope crinkles under my fingers. But I wanted you to be happy, to have the family you deserved. The family I deserved. He laughs, hollow and broken. I helped her destroy everything. I believed her lies about you, about Derek, about... He stops, swallowing hard. I can't fix this, can I? Before I can answer, Derek appears in the doorway, leaning heavily on a cane. His injuries from the accident are still visible, but his eyes are clear. They're moving Emily to maximum security, he says. She tried to bribe a guard. Jason flinches at his wife's name. I watch him struggle with the weight of everything he's learned. How Emily used him to access Richard's insurance money. How she manipulated him into turning against me. How every moment of their marriage was built on calculated lies. The house is yours again. Jason stands abruptly. I've already signed the papers. And Mom. He reaches for words that won't come. I know, I say, but I don't know what I know anymore. The victory feels empty, tainted by the cost. Derek clears his throat. Richard's sister wanted you to have this. He hands me a small box. Inside is a simple silver locket, the one from the photo of Richard's mother, before Emily destroyed her life. She said you'd understand, Derek adds quietly. I do understand. The locket represents everything Emily tried to break. The bonds between mothers and children. The trust that holds families together. But as I hold it, I realize something else. I've become what I fought against. In my quest for revenge, I wielded the same weapons Emily used: manipulation, secrets, calculated strikes at the heart. "I should go," Jason says. "Lily will need... Someone should be there when she gets home." Home. The word echoes strangely. "Jason!" I call as he reaches the door. The height marks on the kitchen door frame. He turns back, confusion crossing his face. Emily painted over them, but they're still there, under the surface. I touch the locket. Some things can't be erased, no matter how hard someone tries. Understanding dawns in his eyes. He nods once, sharply, and disappears down the hall. Derek settles into the vacant chair. "Emily asked to see you." "No. She says she has more secrets to share. About Jason, about..." "I don't care." I close the locket with a snap. "Her secrets can die with her." He studies me for a long moment. "You won, Summer. She's going to prison. The truth is out. Why doesn't it feel like enough?" Through the window, I watch Jason cross the parking lot, shoulders bent under invisible weight. In my hand, the locket feels both lighter and heavier than it should. "Because there are no winners here," I say. "Only survivors." The monitor keeps beeping, marking time in a world that feels permanently altered. Somewhere, Emily sits in a cell, probably already planning her next move. Lily's plane crosses the ocean, bringing her back to a home that's both familiar and forever changed. And I sit here, holding a dead woman's locket, wondering if revenge and justice were ever really the same thing. The truth didn't set anyone free. It just gave us different chains to carry.